1-066-340-704, 278-556-340-869, 281-580, 322-104, 89608, 335-499, 345-686, 211-707, 249857, 326132, 321869, and 206961, effective at the conclusion of the 2023-2024 school year. And again, the vote was 4-0.
Thank you, Ms. Wiersma. Okay, now we have 4 student disciplinary. I call for a motion and a second to approve the recommendation of the administrative hearing panel regarding the following student expulsion matter. 219624, suspended expulsion. Do I have a motion and a second? Moved by Mr. Schwartz.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Wiersma. Lene, would you mind calling the roll?
Barclay?
Yes.
Schwartz? Yes. Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes, motion adopted 4-0. Thank you, Lene. I call for a motion and a second to approve the recommendation of the administrative hearing panel regarding the following student expulsion matter. 334654, suspended expulsion. Do I have a motion and a second?
Moved.
Was that Mrs. Wiersma?
Barclay.
Barclay. Moved by Mrs. Barclay. Do I have a second? Second by Mrs. Wiersma. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Barclay?
Yes.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes, motion adopted 4-0. Thank you, Lene. I call for a motion and a second to approve the recommendation of the administrative hearing panel regarding the following student expulsion matter. 338655, expulsion. Do I have a motion and a second on this?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Wiersma. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Barclay?
Yes.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes, motion adopted 4-0. Thank you, Lene. And last, I call for a motion and a second to approve the recommendation of the administrative hearing panel regarding the following student expulsion matter. 141528, expulsion. Do I have a motion and a second?
Moved.
Moved by Mrs. Wiersma.
Second.
Second by Mr. Schwartz. Lene, would you mind?
Barclay?
Yes.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes, motion adopted 4-0. Once again, thank you, Lene. Okay, public comments. We have 11. Public comments are an important part of the board meeting and they are given careful consideration by the board. Public comment is restricted to items listed on the meeting agenda or otherwise within the board's subject matter jurisdiction. All comments will be limited to 3 minutes for a maximum total of 30 minutes unless otherwise determined by the board. The board does not take any formal action on items during public comment or any item that has been not placed on the published agenda in accordance with the Brown Act. Public comment provides members of the public with an opportunity to speak to the board. Accordingly, public comments are to be directed to the board only and not to the audience in attendance or to individual audience members. Hate speech, obscenity, and other conduct during public comment that actually disrupts the board meeting from proceeding is prohibited. Similarly, conduct by audience members that actually disrupts public comment or any other aspect of the board meeting from proceeding is prohibited. Attendees who actually disrupt the meeting will be warned and removed in accordance with Government Code Section 54957.95. And let's do a little recall from last time. There's no talk about an election, so please do not use the words election, elect, vote, campaign, or recall. Once again, election, elect, vote, campaign, or recall. This is a public forum. You are totally free to criticize or praise your public officials. You can compliment us or criticize us, but please do not resort to using those words on election. I will be swift with the gavel this time. We had 2 people that went against that last time. Please don't do that. Finally, if I use these cards, I will use them to give warnings to save time. If you see me point to you and give you a yellow card, it's your first warning that you're actually disrupting the board meeting for proceeding. If you receive a second yellow, that automatically turns to a red card. You'll be asked to escort yourself out of this board meeting. If your behavior is egregious enough, you'll be given a red card. You will be asked to escort yourself out. If asked to escort yourself out and you don't, I will ask security to help escort you out. If the audience gets too disruptive as a whole, I'll give a warning. After that, I reserve the right to have the entire audience removed so that the Governing Board of Education can conduct business publicly without disruption. In any of these situations, if you're asked to leave, you can still watch the live stream board meeting online. Those are the options before us now. I hope we can have a smooth and productive Governing Board meeting tonight. With that, we have 11, so it's so close to 30 minutes. I think I'm in for 3 minutes apiece for all 11. What's the board say?
Yes.
Yep. Lene?
First up is Dr. George Maurer, followed by Gia Ruda.
What exactly is critical race theory? In one example, a parent took a photo of a lesson plan for kindergartners about... And the lesson, what exactly is critical race theory? In one example, a parent took a photo of a lesson plan for kindergartners about freedom. They were told to discuss the following sentences. Black people have less and whites have more. Whites make it harder for black people. Whites boss around people of color. Threatening body language, and you have to fight in a war. I don't know many adults who would have the emotional maturity to have that conversation. And now imagine the impact on 5- and 6-year-olds. Additionally, CRT has hijacked ethnic studies programs across the nation. To further explain, ethnic studies is the healthy, positive exploration of one's culture, leading to self-awareness and self-understanding, things one needs to be successful in life. Conversely, CRT relentlessly focuses on only the worst moments in our history without giving due credit to the tremendous progress we've made over the last 75 years. Yes, we should teach slavery, but only in a completely truthful and age-appropriate manner. In addition, the state of California says their new ethnic studies model curriculum does not contain critical race theory. During 3 years of research for my book and doctoral degree, Critical Race Theory in Your School, How to Fight Back, I found in the first 600 pages, I found 591 direct references to critical race theory principles. I did not see the phrase critical race theory one time, but that's one of the tricks that CRT supporters do. They remove the word CRT, but they leave the principles in and then claim there is no CRT here. Dr. Joseph Komrosky and the Temecula School Board banned CRT for very good reasons, and thank you for having the courage to do that. I know it wasn't easy. When CRT supporters say they want to protect real history or that CRT is not taught in K-12 schools, nothing could be further from the truth. I've been studying it for 3 years. I know exactly what I'm talking about. They are trying to steal your children's education for their selfish political purposes. Make no mistake. Thank you.
Gia, followed by Preston.
For the past year and a half, we have repeatedly heard certain board members justify pushing a national agenda by claiming they were doing what they were voted to do. When you promise to do something that denies equality to certain students based on your personal religious beliefs, it is illegal, and your illegal campaign promises do not outweigh the law. Many have repeatedly remind you that you represent the entire diverse district, not just people who voted for you. So my question is, where do we go from here? Because things may change, the makeup of the board may change. The question is, are you willing to practice good governance and focus on the students, focus on fiscal responsibility and working with the diverse public that you serve? We're all entitled to worship the way we wish, but those religious beliefs have no place on this board. I'll say it again and again and again and again, because apparently every time I've said it before, you haven't listened. And that is, this is not a theocracy. This is not a theocracy. This is not a theocracy. How about if you just do your job, Focus on the budget. Focus on saving money instead of racking up $750,000 for attorneys and advisors that you hired in your incessant desire to push your religious beliefs on the district. Do better. Prioritize the students, prioritize completing the budget before the next school year, and if you can't do that, do us a favor and just resign. And finally, regarding item number 63, contract with Melendez Consulting, really, do better. She campaigned for you, sir, and I won't say what it was for because I don't need you red carding me, but it smacks of kickbacks and favoritism. So I urge this board to end the contract with Melendez Consulting immediately. Thank you.
Thank you.
Preston Miller, followed by Jen Bach. Followed by Jen Bach.
I know a lot of you are going to roll your eyes at what I have to say, and I want you to know that if you do, you are part of the problem. I know many of you simply care about local issues and nothing beyond what doesn't affect you directly, but this is important. The blockage of the Gaza Strip is incredibly well documented, so I don't know what the superintendent meant when he said, and I quote, "The caption also falsely claimed that there was a total blockage of the Gaza Strip by Israel with no supporting detail." You want to talk about false claims? Then let's talk about that. You can find such evidence regarding the blockade from multiple credible sources, including but not limited to the international humanitarian law databases from the International Committee of the Red Cross, for one. If you would like me to email you the aforementioned sources, let me know, but I think you're grown and you're capable of doing it yourself. Look, there's a lot of things I don't know about either, but at least I have the decency to do my research and listen to people who actually know what they're talking about. Instead of making a statement of what's true and what's not, or providing accurate and reliable sources, which, mind you, honestly probably would have been easier and saved you from all of this, you bent over backwards for Zionists and provided them with a sticker to put over the Gaza caption. That's crazy, girl. A sticker is crazy. You said that for the 2024 to 2025 school year, there will be 2 student forums to explore the multifaceted global issues. I look forward to seeing what that looks like. If it's anything like we've seen before, hopefully you won't provide a sticker that Israel's apologists can slap over facts that make them uncomfortable. But yes, all evidence should be provided. Not just evidence that you don't like and dismiss with the wave of a hand and the slap of a sticker. Oh, and personally, free Palestine. That's all.
Thank you.
Jen Bach, followed by Christine Massa.
Good evening. My name is Jen Bach, and I'm here just to first acknowledge that my kids had a wonderful year in TVUSD, and I want to just publicly thank the students, or the students too, but the staff, her teachers. We had an amazing year, and I just want to acknowledge that. We've had experience with a lot of different districts growing up, or my kids growing up, and this is probably one of the best years that we've had for my kids. But on that note, it's been a very stressful year, I think, on the parent side, on the board side. And so I'm just asked that as we move forward, we just redirect our leadership's priorities to focus back on the education, focus back on finding ways to mediate issues and community concerns without further polarization. I think that we can find ways to move forward. We can find ways to work together and make this an even better district. I would love to work on issues of like teachers having the resources they need. When we started this year, I was actually quite appalled walking into my TK room for my son and looking around at how dirty the classroom was. And like, I know 5-year-olds are pretty gross, but starting the year off that way is concerning. And so I'm wondering like what kind of resources these teachers have. Hearing throughout the year that they don't have funds for paper and printing or funds to do things, and getting teachers' aids and different emails on Sign Up Geniuses for these teachers to really do the things that they're looking to do throughout the year. I would love to focus our efforts back on education, back on teachers' needs, back on students' needs, and make this more of a board that is working for the goal of education and less focused on political endowments, political movements, and priorities that are further dividing our community. So I would just wish that we could work together more, and I hope to see that more in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Christine Massa, followed by Greg Langworthy.
Hello, board and executive staff. Happy Pride Month. I recently attended the graduation at Chaparral High School, and it was such a pleasure to see Mrs. Lash and Mr. Arce there. Thank you very much for being there. I got to watch my daughter make big, bold moves as she expressed her opinions and now moves on to the next phase of her life. I'm happy to say she received an achievement award from her government teacher. For better or worse, she's had a lot of lessons, from her mom to her best friends being antagonized as a result of these meetings. However, as it was graduation, I can now say I'm the proud mom of 2 TVUSD grads and have only 1 student left. But having only 1 junior, now a junior, I'm no less invested in this district as a taxpayer, a volunteer, and as, of course, a parent. I'm very much looking forward to this district getting back to the business of education and support of its students and staff. You know, while I was waiting to watch my daughter graduate, I was working with the cheer team to raise money for the multitude of items that are not funded for their sports, like safety equipment, spirit items, uniforms, and trainings. Please keep these things in mind as you prepare to approve a budget shortly. Mrs. Barkley, I'm going to miss seeing you at stunt matches now that your daughter has also graduated. And I hope that I will see you return for the annual Chaparral TVHS bear hunt. And Mr. Schwartz, I always appreciate your school spirit, and one day I will catch you wearing your Chaparral cheer and stunt shirt. And as the yearbooks say, have a great summer and keep in touch.
Thank you.
Greg Langworthy, followed by Nadia.
Hello, good evening, board. I'd just like to address Christine Massa just kind of introduced the issue I wanted to talk about, the budget. And I know schools, both Murrieta and Temecula, are facing budget shortfalls. So just want to give you my experience in a small school that had very little money, and the things we did to produce quality education that really didn't cost a lot of money. First, I think you always start with the common ground. When we say the pledge, that's always what we focus on: one nation under God, and that we're all created equal. Everyone needs to be treated with respect, and I think that's where you always start in a school. But then also quality curriculum. The curriculum you choose doesn't have to be expensive; just has to be good, has to be interesting, the best you can with students. Then there needs to be structure. I think this is such an important thing in having a successful school, is structure in the classroom, which is clear behavior policies, clear grading standards, consistently applied, and that ends up with a peaceful atmosphere in the classroom, which is good. And then there has to be structure outside the classroom. This is probably the biggest challenge in high school. You have to have good, solid, written rules. Written is important because especially teenagers are always going to argue with you, so you have to have it written down. And then they have to be consistently enforced, and that creates a safe, good atmosphere on the campus, and those things really don't cost money either. The next thing is a very clear open door policy for parents. Do a good job in the classroom, invite parents to come in to see what you're doing, and that really sells the school as well. And that also provides accountability for teachers. I know that I always was on best behavior when people were watching me, so that's good to have that open door policy. And then a cooperative relationship with parents. You know, when kids are having trouble, reach out to the parents, let them know what's happening, try to fix the problem. But these are all things that I found in my experience that provide a quality education for the students and really don't cost much money. So that's all I'd like to share today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nadia, followed by Melanie.
Good evening, President Komorowski, members of the board, and Superintendent Dr. Woods. I stand before you today with immense gratitude. On behalf of Temecula International Academy, our dedicated staff, and the supportive parents of our wonderful students community, we are deeply appreciative of your decision to reconsider our space needs and to provide us with an additional room. While we acknowledge that our school requires more than one room to fully accommodate our growing needs, this addition is a significant step forward. It will make a meaningful difference in our ability to provide a nurturing and effective learning environment. Because of your thoughtful decision, our children will have more space to learn, grow, and thrive. Thank you for your support and for recognizing the importance of investing in our students' future. We are excited about the positive impact this additional room will have on our school community. Thank you so much again.
Thank you.
Melanie, followed by Amarissa.
It's 3 minutes. Never had this much time. Look, last month there was an incident with Sharf, and there was a consensus this wasn't going to be talked about. It was going to be the bear in the room. I did email Dr. Woods because I had concern that some of the behavior that was exhibited was predatory behavior. It wasn't just one woman that has been followed out to her car. It has been 7 women have been followed to their car. And Dr. Woods, I do appreciate you getting back to me on this and saying there's changes that have been made. We've looked into it. We've done this. There's no penal code. However, this was only done after a woman stood there and yelled, "I'm not going to take this anymore," and faced the public humiliation that came with that. A 90-year-old woman is followed to her car, and there wasn't a single officer saying, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, this might not be right." It wasn't right. But this brings up another thing. See, one of the teachers that was followed to her car was followed by the same man with his predatory behavior and Slim, and this man followed a teacher to her car at 10 o'clock at night, taunting her by her name. I met with you your very first week here of school. I met with you, we sat down in a meeting, 12 kids, 4 adults. And while the kids talked to you about how hurtful the school board policies were to their self-esteem and their anxiety, every single person in the room told you a story about Slim. Every single one of them told you that they were harassed by him. And that included my 11-year-old daughter.
Excuse me, will you pause the clock? Lene, thank you so much. That person clapping while somebody's speaking, that's really rude. Please keep that down so we can hear the speaker. Thank you. Okay.
He followed my 11-year-old daughter home from school screaming at her with a bullhorn. If I had done that to my own child, CPS would have come out and taken her away. I reported it to the former superintendent, nothing was done. I reported it to you, nothing was done. But now I have had other mothers come up to me and along with every single person who was in that room who has experienced that, if our children are telling you the school board policies are causing me anxiety, but also a man who stands on the corner and harasses me personally with a bullhorn is my second most leading source of anxiety in this school, and the school board isn't doing anything about it, there is a problem. The school board, we spoke to our attorneys. I can't get a restraining order against him for that one incident, but our attorneys told us that the school district could. There are enough parents that this has happened to, and that needs to be looked into. Predatory behavior from any man around here is not acceptable.
Thank you.
Amarissa, followed by Kimberly.
Hello, my name is Amarissa Cubana, and I just wanted to come up here and thank Mrs. Wiersma and Dr. K for all that you guys have accomplished in the last year. You have fought very, very hard to protect the innocence of the children in our community, and I sincerely thank you for that. You have been insulted and attacked again and again, and you both have handled it all with such grace and poise. I don't know how you do it. I know that I never could. I want to speak directly to Dr. K. You're amazing, Wiersma, but Dr. K has been getting a lot of fiery arrows lately. I want to thank you so much for your resilience. Most people would have given up by now, but you never have once caved to the pressure. You put your godly principles above your popularity and even above your job security. I know that God is not only on your side, but that he is so proud of you. Continue to lean on him, and remember, they came after Jesus too. John 15:18-19. If the world hates you, you know that it has hated me before it hated you. If you were of the world would love its own. But because you are not of the world, but I have chosen you out of the world, therefore the world hates you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kimberly De La Cruz, followed by Edgar Diaz.
Good evening. My comments tonight are for you, Mr. Woods. At the May 7th board meeting, you referred to the recall election and the election in November. You stated, "I strongly believe that what we do and what we say up here on the dais matters." We definitely set the tone, and it starts with us. You also stated, "Be hard on the issues, debate like crazy, but I'm also recommending that we be soft on the people." Along with that, you recognize there are people within the TVUSD organization who felt targeted, and I appreciate that. However, earlier in the meeting, a new position was being discussed, and the soon-to-be ex-board member, Mr. Komrosky, asked about a task force. Mr. Woods, you described who would be part of this task force, some of the things that would be done, and you stated, "We kind of become the strong arm. So if things are not functioning at a certain site, then the task force or a person like me would make their visit." Using words with negative connotations like task force and strong arm do not match what you previously stated about words mattering and tone. And while I do not believe you use these words with malintent, I do believe the upcoming ex-board member and his sidekick over here do thrive on this type of language and attitude of strong-arming people. With the chaos this board has created over the last year and a half, you are right. Words do matter, and we are listening. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Edgar Diaz.
Good evening, board members and staff. I'm just here to address a couple of things that were said in this forum. Many disparaging comments were mentioned about unions in this forum, including using CTA and TVA in negative ways. Just so you know, when CTA was founded in 1863, only a few hundred students attended public schools, and teachers were poorly prepared and seriously underpaid. Accomplishments run the spectrum of CTA, preventing the firing of female teachers because of marriage, investments in California for education of California youth. And the focus of my comments today are just going to be to let you know, because I've heard some things about CTA in a negative spotlight, or TVA, or teachers' unions. But in 1866, free public school for all children in California was guaranteed by the work of CTA, including schools that educate students of color. 1895 brings back the first class size reduction law. It limited students in a classroom to 80. I guess that's the one-room classroom. 1911, community colleges were helped to be established by CTA with free textbooks for all students. 1913, the state pension system is created. In fact, CTA continues to ensure insolvency as a way to be able to attract qualified people to be able to serve the students of California. 1915, CTA endorsed and outlawed the child labor and other protections for students. 1946, Prop 3 set the first funding per student at $120 per student and the teacher minimum salary at $2,400. After Prop 13 was passed and it destabilized schools' funding because property taxes were limited and so schools could no longer be paid by the property taxes of a community, CTA worked forward SB 813, significant additional revenue for California schools through equalization of revenue limits and categorical funding. Also included rigorous graduation requirements, longer school day and year, and a higher beginning teacher salary. It also encouraged model curriculum standards so that everyone in California, every student, receives a similar high-quality education. Prop 98 was passed for minimum portion of state money to fund K-14 schools. Again, minimum, that is a floor funding for schools to be established when many times, things get tight. Politicians want to reduce funding coming into classrooms. CTA has heartfully endorsed the ability for minimum funding. 1996, class size reduction is K through 3, and also a legal protection of Prop 98 was upheld in courts. Series of bonds over the years have brought $30 billion to public education throughout California. Lastly, days ago I was contacted by a CTA volunteer who connected me with my state representation when I urged them to support full funding for previous, current, and future years. Yes, we would have been at a brink without California protecting minimum funding even last week.
Thank you.
Next up is Jack Marston, followed by Upneat.
Hello. Hello, good evening, school board. I just want to give a big thank you to Dr. Komrosky and Jen Wiersma for all you have done. Thank you for all the policies you have put in place and for standing strong despite all the nasty, hateful threats you both have received. You are both truly an inspiration, and I will stand with you both until the end. Thank you.
Thank you.
Upneat, followed by Danny Molina.
Hi, good evening. I would like to address some misinformation circulating around in our community. I've been talking to a lot of people. A recurring topic of discussion that keeps on coming up again and again is the California Healthy Youth Act. What is the purpose of comprehensive sex health ed is the first question everybody asks. Why do we even need it? In short, it's for public health. This education has proven effective in decreasing teen birth rate, which benefits both the mother and the child's health. In fact, the birth rate for teens 15 to 19 has seen 50% drop from 2016 to 2020. And the number of STDs have decreased by 27% from 2019 to 2021. This not only eases the strain on our healthcare system, but also allows students to concentrate on their studies. Then another common question that keeps coming up again and again is, can I inspect the curriculum to ensure that it aligns with my values? Absolutely you can. The law mandates that the parents or guardians be informed that the materials are open for inspection. The next is most commonly asked question that I have, what if I don't want my child to participate in these lessons? You have every right to opt out, and it is stated in the state education code. Why is it a default to opt out instead of needing to opt in is another question that keeps coming up. That's simply how the law is structured. And I'm going to read out the law right now. It's Ed Code 51938. A parent or guardian of a pupil has the right to excuse their child from all or part of comprehensive sex health education, HIV prevention education, and assessments related to that education through a passive consent opt-out process. A school district shall not require active parental consent or opt-in for comprehensive sexual health education and HIV prevention education. So there are more questions. Where can you discover more details about this, your other rights or subjects of interest as a parent? Please review your annual notification packet before signing. It has a lot of information for parents where you can, your rights. And then you can, all you have to do is go to the school's website, click on the parents link, and it is full of useful information. Talk to your kids' teachers. They want you involved, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you.
Danny Molina, followed by Emil Barham.
Good evening, board. Today I'm going to talk about leadership. I did 9 years in the Marine Corps. I got promoted fairly quickly. I wouldn't say I was a great leader, but I knew a lot of great leaders. I seen a lot of bad leaders, and I had the opportunity to lead Marines, so I will say that. Something that every leader knows is good leadership will always lead by example, and they understand extreme ownership. So this recent situation that our community is in now, it's a problem for the whole board, and if the whole board doesn't look at it like that, then you're not taking ownership of the failure. It's not a board, it's not a president, it's a board. When one falls, you all fall. And if you're not gonna take ownership of that, you're just not a leader. And that's why we'll be filling 4 new seats in a couple of months. One thing that I wanna talk about to the board that I find concerning is the recent state testing that our students have gone through. I've spoken to several parents, and I would like to understand why it is we have students in the district who are below grade level for state testing, but they're on honor roll. How does that make any sense? I mean, what exactly is the problem here? Now, I don't want to point the finger, but I would like to know and get involved and at least get some answers. Is it because the testing is different? Is it because the testing's on a computer and the students aren't used to that through the year? Are we preparing them for our in-house exams and process and not the state exam? Because I would like to see a remedy of that. I think that's a serious concern that a lot of parents should have issues with. Other than that, you know, there was an incident last month. I wasn't going to bring it up, but somebody else brought it up. And I handled it very, very professionally. The truth is that I could have easily have felt threatened and offended with the words that were used, and I could have pressed charges. And if the shoe was on the other foot, that's probably exactly what would have happened. But I didn't do that. And I left it in the hands of the district. Mr. Arce, thank you very much. And it is what it is. Now, I'm here. That teacher's still back to work. The truth is that incident should have been a disagreement. I asked her a question. I had nothing to do with the recording or the video that went viral. I didn't share it. I didn't post it. I didn't do any of that. So what I'm trying to say is let's get past it, because I could have handled it much differently that would have a lot more people upset in here, and I didn't. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Have a good evening.
Thank you. And I'm just addressing the board. We're at the 30-minute mark with all the comments. We have 2 more comments. Do you want to allow, or 2 more speakers? Allison, you good? Allowing 2 more speakers, or do you want to end it? All right.
Good. As a teacher, I love talking about education, and I'm glad to see that some of the people here tonight want to return to that. But tonight I'm not going to talk about that. I was stunned last week when Scott Wiener, a senator from California, doubled down with the expression, "our kids," knowing this expression is a trigger for parents across the state who are committed to the care, upbringing, and nurturing of their own children. In my opinion, this misguided fool who has no children of his own reinforces the battle lines drawn in reference to Assembly Bill 1955. With regard to the children of others.
Measures, Emil.
Huh?
Just a friendly reminder, no discussion of bills and measures.
Oh, okay. No discussion of bills and measures. I didn't know that. Sorry about that. Okay. All right. With regard to the children of others, I say to Scott Wiener, Tony Thurman, and respectfully, Mrs. Barclay, and to you, Mr. Schwartz, you didn't change their poop when they were infants. You didn't feed them or pay for their food. You don't pay for their medical issues. You don't take care of them when they are physically ill. You don't dry their tears when they fall down. You are not there to help with homework or coach in sports, and you're certainly not there to sit and talk with them as they navigate through the challenges of growing up. In the final analysis, stronger families mean a stronger country. Families must feel secure in their liberty to raise their children according to the dictates of their conscience. Parents should be applauded, not penalized, for investing time in the care, management, nurturing, and upbringing of their children. Other than in cases of genuine child abuse, which should be treated as a crime, the right of parents to direct the education and upbringing of their own children should in every case trump the policy objectives of state officials, bureaucrats, social workers, and other school officials. Can't read the bill stuff. Okay. Bottom line, the state has got its nose in everything. How a school disciplines a defiant student, how much homework students should receive, What curriculum should be taught and when? How schools are going to be forced to deal with students who abuse drugs and alcoholism on school property. These are all issues an elected school board representing a community should be addressing, not a tyrannical state government who, in my opinion, is quite frankly determined to destroy school boards and take away the voice of people who elect them. No matter the positions you take on these issues, you as school board members should be speaking to this. All of this is clearly government overreach. The state government has failed miserably with regard to the important issues of our time: the budget, crime, criminal justice, taxes, unemployment, the San Diego border, homelessness, et cetera, et cetera. So what do? They pivot. You as school board.
Thank you.
Last speaker, Josh Shearling.
I didn't plan to speak tonight, but I did want to relay a couple pieces of information. I was talking to our district librarian. She told me that many of our school district sites, their libraries, their annual budget is $250. I want, when you guys make decisions about money, please think in the terms of every $250. That doubles a library's annual budget for maintaining their libraries. It's not an insignificant amount of money. Different note, somebody mentioned some of the people that have been protesting or having signs out in front of some of our intersections in our community. My child is autistic. She goes to Chaparral, and because of one of these people, I used to pick her up in front of Jack in the Box. We now have to pick her up on the backside of the school by the baseball fields because he spooked her. Because of my daughter being who she is, she's gender fluid. She's figuring things out. And that's challenged me in my faith and my upbringing. I was raised very Orthodox Christian. My parents were both ordained ministers. And I got to thinking about if she wanted to be a he or a they, what would happen if they did everything physically, did the surgeries, got to heaven, and were judged? Well, I would imagine they would ask, what did you do to yourself? And then I thought about it honestly. I looked at me. And St. Peter, St. Paul, Jesus, God, whoever it is judging me, would like, Josh, what did you do to yourself? Or what if I got breast implants, butt implants, Botox in the face? What did you do to yourself? What if I was an alcoholic and killed my liver? Like, everything we do in life causes us to have something that doesn't measure up to this idea. But when it comes to trans kids, what they're hearing is we don't want to see you. We don't want to acknowledge you. Because we have this dogma, this religious belief. But a song came to mind. I'm a terrible singer. Please forgive me. Jesus loves the little children, all the children of the world, lesbian, gay, trans, and straight, they are precious in his sight. Jesus loves the little children of the world. Please, as a community, as leadership, we need to find a way to allow these children to feel loved and safe in our schools and our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, consent calendar. All matters listed on the consent calendar are considered routine and all will be enacted with one vote. There is no discussion of consent calendar items unless members of the governing board or staff request that specific items be removed from the consent calendar for separate action. And before we start on this, is there any public comments on agendized items, including consent? We have, what's that, 11? What's that? Oh, 11 across the board? Do we 4 items in it? Multiple. Everyone's different? We have 11 across the board. Do you want to do 2 minutes, 3 minutes, keep it consistent at 3, or go to 2? I don't know. What do you guys want? It's 11 in various places. Total? No more than 11? Oh. Oh, so you're saying there's 11 inside consent?
Yeah.
Oh.
1 through 86.
2 minutes. I'm with Allison.
2 minutes.
Okay, 2 minutes. So we have, let's do this. Which ones are they on? Because I'm gonna, before we vote, if you can give us a minute, audience, thank you so much. We're just gonna find out who's speaking on what items. Before I vote, though, I'm not allowed to vote until they talk. And then we'll vote. Okay, we'll listen to all the public comments first, and then we'll do our voting. 2 minutes apiece? All right, thank you. Okay, we have our first speaker.
Okay, Jen Bach, followed by Jen Bach, because she's speaking on 2 different items.
Yeah, and all the speakers, will you please let us know the number you're speaking towards, please? Thank you so much.
So I believe the first one was under the warrant list. The second one was the Melendez contract. So the first one, I just wanted to just ask that, just like Josh had mentioned, the amount of money that we spend is not inconsequential. I get that the district spends a lot of money throughout the year on a lot of different things. Contracts that are much bigger, contracts than I've ever had to spend or could fathom trying to manage. It's the legal fees that are at the forefront of my concern. I get a lot of the expenses on running a huge district like this. It is going to be quite costly. And I just wonder on the necessary spending of some of these legal costs and if we can cut some of those out. There's a lot of costs in here that seem quite redundant, seem unnecessary. And I just ask that we move to a more fiscal responsible position, and we look at those a little bit closer rather than just passing these along and spending and hiring all of these firms constantly. It seems excessive. And given the concerns like teachers not having enough equipment and being able to print things and being able to, they really have to fundraise for our student athletic teams and uniforms. Like our band just got new uniforms this year, but they were in shambles before this year. And they were, they go to parents left and right to try to fund all of these things. And I don't think that that should be the case. I think that that's something that you should take into account when you're looking at these budgets. That's all I ask. Thank you.
Thank you.
And me again. The Melendez contracts. So I think that ethically it is wrong to have the Melendez firm hired. I think if the shoe was on the other foot, and you're looking at who the district is hiring and where those funds are going, I think ethical responsibility should be a factor that is taken into account on what that looks like, what the perception is like, not just for your supporters or the people that don't maybe support you as much, but ethically, are we doing the right thing? Are we hiring the right people for the right reasons and spending this money responsibly? Or are we doing this, and could that look wrong? Could it be wrong? And looking at that, I ask that you do not accept the Melendez contract for renewal, and you look at more ethically conscientious decisions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Christine Massa, followed by Melania.
Hello, Board. I am also speaking about item 63, the Melendez contract. First, it's unclear what the attached contract covers. In item 3, it says it commences July 1st, 2025, and shall continue through June 30th, 2025, so it ends before it begins. In item 7, it also states the agreement covers July 1st, 2023, and ends June 30th, 2024, and has no approved extensions. So what is the actual coverage term of this agreement that you're proposing? Second, the public has seen no evidence of any deliverables produced by this firm, although I understand there are a few, and yet the district is still paying a minimum of $2,500, I think monthly, retainer, although I may be wrong about that, regardless of any work produced. That amount could more than easily pay for the JV stunt coaches that each high school had to fundraise for in order for our schools to have JV stunt teams. And believe me, they put in much more than 15 hours a month. If these services are in fact needed by the district, perhaps the district could bid out the contract, unlike the last time they brought on Melendez, and define the needed deliverables. Last, we should demand that Dr. Komrosky recuse himself for any discussion over this contract due to the multitude of political endorsements that he has received from the contractor's wife, in order for any approval to not appear as quid pro quo. Thank you.
Thank you.
Milana, I just noticed that it says here that what you wrote is under information and reports, though. Is that where you want it? Okay. So then up next is UPNEAT.
I will start with consent calendar item 63, just for the sake of continuity. The irony is not lost on me of having this consent calendar item and the action item on updating the conflict of interest policy in the same agenda. The person's wife, Melissa Melendez was campaigning for Dr. Komrosky just before last week. Our academic achievements should define our district, not media consultants, and certainly not the one whose political wife campaigned just last week. The other aspect of this consultant's job seems to be crisis management. We are cautiously optimistic that we will see fewer crises moving forward. I advise against repeating the same past mistakes and this quid pro quo. Instead of these expenditures, consider using funds for town halls and engagement events with parents, fostering a culture of humility, transparency, and trust. We've had competent district individuals handle past issues even before this consultant was hired. We really need to work on controlling misinformation, which starts with not spreading it on social media. We could use some of the funds for training on responsible use of social media. Dr. Komrosky should recuse himself because of his personal connections with the contractor, as best practices dictate that there should not even be an appearance of impropriety, let alone actual impropriety. I urge the rest of the board members to vote no on this item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next item I'd like to, I'm going to go in numerical order. I'm just going to continue speaking. I think all of them are mine. Yeah. So the first item I'm going to talk on is the iReady and the actual description of the consent calendar. It has caused a lot of misunderstanding that there is something new being expanded into middle school. As the parent of a middle schooler, I would like to clarify that irrespective of individual opinions on the actual software and its approach, it is not in the process of expansion. The software has already been implemented in middle school as a diagnostic tool for intervention. This is merely extending the contract. I see that we negotiated a price well, as we have almost 500 more licenses and than the 2021 session, and a relatively small change in the actual cost for the software. The software helps teachers demonstrate measurable improvement in both math and reading, and is only one of the metrics used. If your child isn't advanced in math or reading, you have the option of testing out. And that ends my comment for item 35. The next four items I'd like to talk about is like softwares. We have a lot of softwares that are being updated. I think it'll be good for the public to know what are these softwares actually, how parents can use them. So item 49 is Let's Talk, which is the software for responding to bullying and communicating with administrators anonymously. Please use it to report any bullying incidents or security concerns instead of social media, so the administrators are actually aware of the issue and can do something about it. It can be used for reporting incidents anonymously if you're worried about retaliation. That'll end my comment on item 49. The next one is item 55, Desmos. This software is for math, Algebra 1, and was piloted in my daughter's 6th grade class, and she found it quite engaging. I distinctly recall this software because the math teacher mentioned the pilot program during the back-to-school night, and at the end of the year, I received a Google feedback form, which I promptly filled out, as it allows parents to provide input into the selection of our curriculum. The school district gains important feedback when parents complete curriculum feedback forms. I urge all parents to take a few minutes and do it every time you receive any feedback form. This helps improve the curriculum so it fits your child's needs and ensures that your opinions are considered. Thank you. That's the end of 55. The next item is item 56.
Can you give us a second to update your time? Yeah, thank you so much.
So the next item is 56, Turnitin, which is a software designed to uphold academic integrity by preventing plagiarism and the misuse of AI in completing assignments. It is understandable that many of us are concerned about the students using AI to finish their work. However, it is important to remember that the essence of writing is in learning, practicing research, and effectively communicating ideas, rather than using complex vocabulary or flowery language. Thank you. Item 56 is the end. And the next item is 76, Infinite Campus, where you can track your child's lessons, assignments, and grades. You can also do things like enrollment, sign the annual notification pack, where you are informed of all your rights, the laws related to the school, discipline expectations, and of all the services available to your child. It is a great way to stay involved and get notifications from your child's teacher. Make it a routine to check it midweek with your child for any missing assignments and grades. Thank you. This was item 76. I have one more item on the consent calendar item, which is 68, the contract for Orbach, Huff, and Henderson. We hired these lawyers because the new board members didn't trust the old legal team and wanted to help with the new policies. From then until last September, we spent a total of $99,574.95. However, concerns were raised by several parents, myself included, regarding these escalating legal fees. We still don't have a good answer for what all the expenses were for. We all know lawyers can be expensive, but I have specific worries about this team because of their past with the Beverly Hills School District. This involves troubling stories and lawsuits and involvement with the district's facility director, resulting in financial consequences for the district. Without going into the unpleasant details, I suggest we don't renew this contract, especially since we haven't used their services since last September. Thank you.
Is that it for the comments, Lene? What's that? No, we're done. Okay, so I would like to have the board vote on items 1 through, okay, so Steve pulled item 3, Jen pulled item 7, 16, 35. Yep, I'm getting there. And then Steve pulled 68. So we'll pull those for discussion. Let's vote in items. Do I have a motion and a second for items 1 through 2, 4 through 6, 8 through 15, 17 through 34, 36 through 67, and 69 through 85?
Moved.
Moved by Mrs. Wiersma.
Second.
Second by Mr. Schwartz. Lene, would you mind?
Barclay?
Yes.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes, motion adopted 4-0. Thank you, Lene. Now we're on to item number 3, a warrant list. And Steve, you have the floor.
Yes, I'd just like to echo the, looking in the warrant list at the legal costs last month, almost $120,000 for legal services. $90,000 to Adam Silva and $30,000 to, I can't read the law firm. I continue to be troubled by these escalating costs that, as people in the audience have said, could well be spent on things for children, and we have to get these legal costs under control.
Mr. Arce, I'm wondering if you can speak to some clarification with that. I know I sent you an email today and figured that perhaps there would be some questions regarding that. So I don't know if you saw it because it's been a busy day. But with 120,000, there's chunks of different lawyers that are involved, and I'm just wondering if anybody can speak to that, because I do think it's good for people that have questions to have transparency. I saw facilities, I saw several different categories, and again, because this is a continuing conversation in the community, if there's anything you can give us with this particular warrant list or anyone else, Mrs. Lash, I don't know if that would be you, that might be helpful.
We didn't pull the specific backup for all of these payments, but we can speak to what we use those attorneys for. Is that what you're asking for?
Yes, if you can just give us a categorized idea, just so it's not nebulous. And if people are concerned about what we spend, best we can. And I think I wrote down a couple things, but I have so many notes. I know you know this agenda was huge. So I can try to look back, but there were certain categories. There was a bigger chunk of money, I believe, for 40 or 50,000. So I just thought if any of you might be able to speak to one or two of them,
Sure.
that would be helpful.
I could speak to a few examples of how we use legal counsel through Adam Silva McNally, for example, which is actually an extension of that contract is between you and I. Have a strong recommendation that we re-up that contract, especially because we have a reduced amount for office hours with legal counsel. So in human resources development, we use legal counsel for a lot of different matters pertaining to things ranging from employee discipline situations, investigations for which ed code or applicable law needs to be reviewed, recommendations need to be made. More recently, to process and appropriately review public records requests in accordance with state law and then provide responses to those, and just a myriad of different situations that come to our table. But legal counsel also supports other departments such as risk management, facilities, and providing different advice. Most of our administrators actually use the time that's provided during office hours to then schedule a time to meet with legal counsels during that one day of the week to then minimize the impact, the fiscal impact for those legal services. So it's quite a variety of issues that come up, including complaints that surface as a result of an incident or a situation that kind of garnered some public attention. But to be quite honest, in the time that I've been here, I've seen an influx in those types of situations for which legal counsel has had to be sought, to the degree where I think that's what's gathering more attention from the public now in looking at the warrant list, because there's been a significant increase in the past few months especially, and so we use them on a consistent, almost everyday basis.
I'm sorry, I have to apologize. I just got an email from my wife who said my microphone was off. I was commenting on these excessive legal bills. I don't blame it on anybody, but I just find it distressing that we're spending so much money on that and not on our classrooms and our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arce. I appreciate it. I just want people to realize in a $450 million budget a year that there are a lot of things that legal utilizes, and we appreciate their service. So thank you.
Okay, do I have a motion and a second on number 3, warrant list, April through May 2024, purchase orders, contracts, direct payments?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz,
Second.
second by Mrs. Barclay. Linnea, would you mind?
Barclay?
Yes.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes, motion adopted 4-0. Thank you, Linnea. Second item was pulled by Jen, number 7, 2024-25 Master Assembly Consultant List. Jen, you have the floor.
So one thing that I did is I took the time to go through our Master Assembly consultant list. There's quite a few here, and it was a bit challenging because there are so many. I love the fact that we have many, many good things here that our students and schools can take advantage of. There are a couple that I have concern, and so I'm not sure how the board will want to deal with this tonight. A few of them I would like to pull and possibly bring back, but there are some things I'd like to point out.
So Jen, give me 1 second. Dr. Woods, are we allowed to amend the motion for the
You would
Master
have to
Assembly
amend, yeah,
consultant list?
If you poll, you would
And then
amend.
vote? Yeah, okay, good. Thank you. Okay. I'll keep
Okay.
note.
Thank you. So one that I noted was, and I'm not sure how to pronounce it, Epoch Education. Basically, it's a left-leaning consulting firm that provides critical race theory aligned diversity, equity, and inclusion consulting services to schools, companies, associations, and nonprofits. And to me, what I found interesting is that the CEO said school district DEI, she's a DEI trainer, says the American flag's become a hate symbol and that employees resisting CRT should be fired. This was something I looked into and thought, with everything that we've been in conversation with this past year, this isn't a vendor that I think should be with us at TVUSD.
So what are they used for? Because I looked them up as well.
So that's one thing I think we should get further clarification on. So
I mean, did you
perhaps-
ask staff in the last 3 days what about these vendors that you had questions about?
Can I keep speaking before?
I'm just curious if we have more information as you're going through. Do you have more information on them, or you're just asking it now?
My point tonight is with 4 huge binders to go through, and I know you had the information as well, I think this needs to be pulled because I would like to know further information.
Okay, so you're
what
asking
they
it now
see.
is what you're saying?
What I'm doing is,
Asking it now. Okay, just
these are the ones that I
Mrs.
would like
Barclay,
to pull for
would you
looking
just
at
let her speak?
further.
Thank you.
Okay, because
we'll
what
get
I
into
want the
discussion.
public
Let's
to
go one at a
understand.
time.
All
Jen,
right.
Jen, let's go one at a time. Let Jen finish, and then we'll have discussion between the board members. It's just helpful.
Okay, so that's one. Kevin Carey at 19,200. He addresses a lot of American higher education issues. He's a policy analyst, a writer. 19,200, I'd like more information on that and what the schools see using him for. Jackie Hunter, I didn't see a website or any information, so that would be another. Robert Pasilio, what topic, purpose, that was another. I wrote lots of notes with the ones I could look up online and discern this is probably what it is. Shannon Rowley, again, there were multiple Shannon Rowleys with no description for me to look at. Royal Management Group, LLC, that's just a marketing company, so I'd love more clarification there. S. Gronder Associates, Inc., I'm wondering if it's S. Groner. I Googled some different spellings, just not sure what that's for. And I think that is it. So I highlighted them, but again, I think for board members, if we can pull these, get further information and clarification, I'm happy to do the homework with that. I think it's really important, and I know a couple years ago when I was out talking to families, that wasn't often something that was done, to really scrutinize vendors. I think oversight's important, so that's where I land with these.
I do know who Jackie Hunter is. She's the mom of an autistic child, and she's an expert on speaking on those issues. That's who she is.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. I did look for websites and information, so again, if we can write these down and can get further information, that would be great. And I would suggest moving forward with lists like this, whatever we can do, principals, schools, if you can give websites and kind of a short synopsis, that would be helpful in the future.
So I would just, reiterate, it is incumbent upon us as board members, if we have questions, to take that to staff before the meeting. Because what happens when we bring the questions to the meeting is it slows down processes that, that may need to happen quicker than waiting another month. So I think it's important for us as board members with questions, those get sent on as quickly as possible. I don't disagree that we shouldn't look through. I did as well, look through a lot of these. To get an idea of what they're for. But if we have further questions, that's where we can ask, well, this is what I'm reading. Who uses this and for what? So personally, I don't think it's fair to bring it to a board meeting and ask a question when staff aren't prepared for it, when we could have dealt with it sooner, so.
Well, let me tell you, I understand and I don't disagree, but I did my best. I probably spent about 20 hours reading the agenda this weekend as you did. So I did do my best and wrote emails on several things. And believe me, if I could have sat down, I would have. When the agenda drops Friday, you're finishing a work week, taking care of family, doing all of this. So again, I'm just asking for some more time to get into this. I couldn't get to every single thing, but I saw enough that I'd like to ask some additional questions. So I would appreciate grace with whoever needs to make that decision to bring these back.
Okay, let me read these out. Epoch Education, Kevin Carey, Jackie Hunter, Robert Basillo, Sharon Rowley, Royal Management, S. Groner Associates, Inc.
Yes, those are my highlighted vendors, and believe me, there's a lot of great ones on here, so I definitely appreciate what we do have for our kids.
Do I have a motion and a second to pull these items from the Master Assembly consultant list to further think about? I mean, is it possible, Mrs. Wiersma, that if these are pulled, they can be discussed at the next meeting?
No?
To bring it back as a separate item. I know it's a short meeting. I know you want to get out early, Steve. Totally understand that. Completely agree. Just saying, I mean, can these be wrapped up by you with staff behind the scenes? Any concerns in the next 2 days? And would the board be willing for that to happen? I would.
That works.
Okay, then we have consensus. All right, so let's pull these items and then vote the rest through. Do we have a motion and a second?
Moved.
You have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Schwartz. Linnea, would you mind?
Barclay?
Yes.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes, motion adopted 4-0. Thank you, Linnea. Okay, so 3 and 7 have been done. Now we're on to 16. Contract Panorama Education. Jen, you have the floor.
So Panorama, I've done some study on, and here's what I would really prefer with this. There are definitely some concerns. I know social emotional learning is here to stay, and we need to make sure we're taking care of our kids, without a doubt. The study that I did gave me some insight into this particular program that really needs more time. I don't know if anyone's here to speak to it tonight. We have a huge agenda, so I want to respect that. But if you look at technology and the questions that are being asked and the invasive aspects of what's going on, I think that we need to take some more time with this. When I looked at the surveys in the LCAP of teachers who had positive, I don't want to say positive, but maybe saw some sort of benefit with the last 3 years, and I looked at the data, it was about 50%, a little bit over that. So I think what I need is the ability to ask some additional questions. I have gotten some concerns from parents. I understand there are important things to track. I've looked at the questions with the surveys, and I would like to know, is this anonymous when our students take it? If we're looking to reach our students who need that extra help, are there names on that? Do parents view it prior? Is it anonymous afterwards? I know it's in a student's file, but there are too many questions I have with behavior analytics, the legal ramifications and possibilities of what could happen in the future. Can a child consent to answering? Do you have the ability to calm yourself down in a class and move on? Or, I don't know, that's a question in 3rd grade that I wonder is a little weighty for a student. So when I look at this and analyze it, I want more information. I want to be able to speak to our staff, cabinet, people who oversee this before I, with any good conscience, can vote this through. I just think in this era, there's too many questions that still need to be answered, and in a public forum where parents are able to listen.
I have a thought. We have the Jewish community here to speak on information reports. Items 35 have been pulled, as well as 68, as well as 16. If we flesh these out, we will, it's a Jewish holiday. We'll call it Pentecost. There's a different name, Steve?
Shavuos.
Shavuos. So we have the Jewish community, and we have 11 comments. I'm willing to pull these 3 and stick them on with the other ones for the next meeting to allow the Jewish community to speak.
I would be for that.
Do I have consensus? Because we've moved that information reports before the action items to allow that, and I in light of what the concern is, I don't want to, overlook their ability to speak, because some of them will leave because of this holiday. So now I'm asking the board what you think. My thought is to pull those items and bring it back on the 13th. It's a total of, 1, 2, 3, 4. It would be items 7, 16, 35, and 68.
I have no problem moving the information report item up as quickly as we can get on, like do it now even if we need to. It's totally fine. My issue is that we have time constraints on Thursday, and you're talking about you need research, you need time, you need parents. Like, you gonna do that by Thursday? I mean, that's my question is, this is a survey mechanism is what Panorama is, and people can opt out of it. I mean, these are things that our teachers and our staff need to have to do their work as required by state requirements. If you think there's something bigger and better, cool, like let's hear it. But when we're getting into, is this question appropriate, that has nothing to do with this mechanism that delivers surveys to kids. So I think we're just gonna talk in circles around this. So taking it to Thursday and have another extremely long meeting, I mean, I've expressed my concerns about that to Dr. Woods already.
Okay, I have a second option, Mrs. Barclay, if you don't mind. It's that maybe we could push the information reports to right now, then do these other 4 consent items right after that.
Here's one other thought. One other thought is, in terms of especially Panorama and mental health, I would be up for July, having a time where we cover that in information and reports. I've looked at the contracts when they're due. There shouldn't be a push for this to happen tonight. We're not under duress for that. And I do think it's important to have this conversation for the community. It is a bigger deal than just a survey. There are multiple ways across the country to survey information and take care of the kids in terms of some of those questions and issues. So that's what I would like for us to think about.
Let's do information reports now and talk about this a little bit more in a little bit.
Got it.
That's what I would say.
Do I have consensus from, we have me, Mrs. Barclay, do I have consensus from another board member to push information reports now? Then we'll return back, okay, we got consensus.
Let's do that. I'd like to honor those here.
All right, now we have, I think it's 11 comments, Lene? Okay, board, do you want to do 7? Okay, do you want to do, 3 minutes apiece? All right, first one, and let me read this out officially. 3. And, sorry, I got a lot of public hearing stuff. Okay, so information reports, we have Resolution 2021-22/43 on anti-Semitic and anti-Jewish prejudice and affirming the value of the Jewish students, staff, and families. So 7 comments, 2 minutes, or 3 minutes apiece. Here we go. Thank you.
First up is Dr. Nir Regith.
Dear members of the TVUSD board, fellow residents, and concerned citizens, dear Dr. Komrosky, school board president. First, I would start with a big thank you to you, Dr. Komrosky, for working with me on these matters of grave importance for the last few weeks. You're a dear friend of the Jewish people, and we thank you. We gather here today to address a matter of grave importance to us, the recent incidents of anti-Semitism and misinformation at the Temecula Valley High School. As a community, we're deeply troubled by the inclusion of blatant anti-Semitic content and distortions in the school's yearbook, as well as the incident involving a Jewish student being subjected to anti-Semitic slurs and pressure by none other than a TVHS teacher during school-organized tour to UC Riverside. I stand here before you after contacting Mrs. Leon, the principal of TVHS, several times, asking for a time to meet, to no avail. She did not respond. Only after my first email to you, Dr. Komorowski, and to the board. She sent an email to the whole community, not acknowledging the grave mistake the school made, but just calling incomplete information. Her words, "This is unacceptable to us." In the yearbook, Israel was wiped off the map to be replaced with a non-existent entity, Palestine, essentially eliminating the Jewish states from existence. So I ask all of you, is this just incomplete information? Moreover, she suggested to cover it up with a sticker, a Band-Aid. So I say, let's rip off the Band-Aid and uncover the truth. A few years ago, the school board passed a resolution on anti-Semitic prejudice. However, the recent incidents in TVHS indicate that more action is needed to uphold the principles of this resolution. Hence, we ask the board first to reinstitute this resolution, and second, to convene a closed session and vote on immediate action, remove this Band-Aid, and call for a third-party investigation into both anti-Semitic incidents, identify who is responsible, and hold them accountable. We are not satisfied with the school investigating itself, which I just heard is finished, the investigation is finished, and we will not sit aside and let the mouse guard the cheese. The Jewish community and concerned residents of Temecula are counting on you to ensure that our schools remain safe, welcoming, and free from anti-Semitism and prejudice. In the words of Mordechai from the scroll of Esther, who knows whether it was just for such a time as this that you attained your royal position. Board members, you have been chosen to serve in this capacity for a reason. If you pass on this opportunity to stand against anti-Semitism, you risk losing face. However, if you rise to the occasion and take decisive action, you will be remembered as leaders who stood up for what's right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Jen Bach, followed by Amarissa Cubana.
Good evening. I actually have that yearbook at home. My daughter brought it home, and it's about as thick as an encyclopedia, so I actually didn't see the remarks myself until I was scrolling on Instagram and saw that a board member and his supporters had blasted an image of it with some accusations online, and which is a primary concern of mine. I think this is a prime opportunity to show how we can better handle situations. This, the conflict, the differences in opinions and the different sides, it's going to be a contentious topic, right? Hate rhetoric, slurs, things that are clearly offensive to people but may not be even fully understood by others are going to happen. I think this is a time where you really need to just professionally move forward in ways that can address the community concerns without further divisiveness. Blasting stuff online and accusing kids, spreading messages, spreading misinformation is not properly handling the situations at hand. This is actually the second of the first of two incidences that was tried to have been addressed through social media this week by board members. I don't think that's the right way to go. I would ask that we address this situation in professional ways that can take into the accounts of all of the members of the community and the sensitivities at hand and the very conflictual nature and the complex nature of these issues. I had several emails from the school. I got one from Dr. Gary Woods. I got one from the principal. I got one from another person, I forget, all trying to address this. And I appreciate the efforts of trying to address this in a manner that is befitting of the significance of how important and personal it is to people. And I just ask that you just take that into account and step back away from trying to make this newsworthy, trying to make it a popularity contest. We can do better. We can be more professional. And I just ask that you use this as the prime example of how we can better address these issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Amarissa, followed by Greg Langworthy.
Hello, my name is Amarissa Cubana. I don't even know where to start with this topic. It truly just blows my mind that as a society we have gone so far backwards. How can we not have learned from the mistakes of our past? How can anyone want to mimic the behavior and attitude of Hitler and Nazi Germany? We've all read the history books, we've seen the documentaries, we've heard from the survivors. I mean, seriously, we're going to start hating Jewish people again? Have you all lost your minds? You're going to support the murder of Jewish people. You're going to support the rape and kidnapping of Jewish people. You're going to support the attacks and destruction of their country, Israel. Are you going to treat every Jew like they are guilty of some crime? Their only crime is being Jewish. Shame on anyone who can be filled with this level of evil. It is absolutely disgusting. I'm sorry to Mr. Schwartz and to any other Jewish person in the room who had to hear "Free Palestine" right now while Jewish people are still being held hostage. Please work as a board to protect the Jewish families of TVUSD. I stand with Israel.
Thank you.
Greg Langworthy, followed by Melania.
So I just have a short comment. This issue kind of brings to light the importance of teaching, proper teaching of American history. This country was founded by a small group of pilgrims who came across and founded a nation, but one of their main principles was their understanding from the scripture, the Hebrew Bible, the Christian scriptures, that all men are created by the same God and therefore they have equal rights. And they founded a country inhabited by, at the time, by Indians, but they treated those Indians with respect. Not all colonists did that, but because the pilgrims held their beliefs seriously, they treated the Indians in their nation, or in Plymouth. They had a treaty with them. That treaty lasted 40 years. They to show that they really did believe that the Indians were just like them, they actually had a trial for a man who had murdered Indians, and on the basis of the witnesses of those Indians, they executed their own colonists. So they really put their faith into practice. That example was what our founders looked at when they wrote the Declaration of Independence with the words that all men are created equal and therefore they have inalienable rights. Among these are life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. That's why saying this pledge to the flag before every meeting should be done in every classroom is such a good reminder that even though we look different cultures, different beliefs, we're all created equal and therefore all are entitled to equal respect. And that reinforced curriculum may have kind of a leavening effect on the students, realizing that that really is where our commonality comes from. Thank you very much.
Melania, followed by Upney.
Hello, I'm Milana. Most of you guys already know me. I'm speaking on this action item today to show support for our Jewish community members, especially the Jewish parents and students of TVUSD. Antisemitism is on the rise, not just in our country, but around the world. I've seen things these past few months I never imagined I'd see in my life. I've seen people openly expressing pure hatred of the Jewish people. I do not want that hatred to reach TVUSD. I'm afraid it already has. And I ask this board to stand up and take action to protect Jewish students. Please hold staff accountable if they have a part in targeting these students. I'm speaking to all political parties, reminding everybody, there was a significant time in our history when the Jewish people were targeted, and too many people fell silent. Dr. Komrosky, you expressed sympathy and support for Israel after the attack on October 7th. I trust that you will take action and do the right thing, and I hope that the rest of the board follows suit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Upney, followed by Emil Barham.
So I would like to thank this community member for bringing up this past resolution. I firmly oppose all forms of discrimination, including anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. We need to start modeling respectful behavior in our communication with each other for our children and not use hateful language against anyone regardless of their religion. And I speak as one of the communities who, if you know, the largest movement of people was in 1947. About 1.1 million were moved and slaughtered. I belong to that community. And it was very disheartening to observe the board president's silence when certain anti-Semitic texts of his supporters, one of whom is unfortunately the city councilor, became public. The other supporter also posted hateful comments regarding Mr. Schwartz on one of your social media accounts that you frequently interact with quite back and forth, but you remain silent on that. I hope the silence does not mean that you agree with their views and will unequivocally condemn those actions today. Somebody who just issued an apology to Mr. Schwartz today was screaming for an apology to Muslim students a little while ago. It's on video, please watch that. Our social studies curriculum provides a comprehensive study of this issue starting in 10th grade, right, starting at 1928 with the World War I. Students should use this comprehensive, well-researched curriculum which offers various perspectives as their main resource for understanding international conflicts and not rely on yearbook blurbs of current events. I do understand the concerns with the yearbook in the light of the current hostile climate. The superintendent has informed the parents of the issue and also given solutions and plans to make sure this doesn't happen again and provide training forums to promote better understanding of international issues. In today's world, where people often express anger on social media and try to be more outraged and offended than the next person, I encourage everyone to start discussions with understanding and empathy. These complex issues span centuries and can't be reduced to short statements. Treat each other with kindness and respect, and let's make sure that in our quest for divinity, we do not lose our humanity. I would like to read out a little prayer from Rabbi Tamara Cohen. May your children, all of us unique, and in your image, come to know the quiet truths of shared pain, shared hope, shared land, shared humanity, shared risk, shared courage, shared peace. May it be your will and may it be ours. Thank you.
Thank you.
Emil Barham.
Throughout this conflict, I have thought about you so many times as I watch the TV, as I see the images on the TV, as I watch the protests. I hate this war. I hate watching what is happening on both sides, but particularly since we see more of what's going on in Gaza with the killing of the children, it's a killer for me. We have to, history is objective truth. We have to study our history, and we also have to study our geography, because if we don't do that, we're going to have mischaracterizations like we had in that yearbook. So even on TV, with the protests, et cetera, when you ask them what river and what sea, from the river to the sea, they don't know. And we need to do a better job with history and geography. And, you know, what's happened to the Jewish students is not being able to come to class and all of that stuff. It's horrible. And we need to get past all of this and affirm that we've got to stop dealing with anti-Semitism. We've got to come together, and we do that not by looking at this conflict through the lens of critical race, oppressor and oppressive. We need to do it by looking at history and geography and objectively what it says. So the state of Israel has done a lot, okay, during the past years to help bring about peace. They give up land. I believe they want to live in peace, and I believe that the Gazans and the Palestinian people want to live in peace, but they elected the wrong government in 2006, and that's the problem. Their their whole premise, their whole mission is to annihilate the state of Israel. And the state of Israel is not going anywhere. I mean, the state of Israel is, God's plan centers around the state of Israel. And if you're a Christian, you know how this is all going to end. So let's stop the hate. Let's pray for the Palestinian people. Let's pray for Israel and hope that all of this nonsense stops. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I guess we can go one at a time. I'll go last. Yeah, basically I talked to Dr. Regev and said he wanted the board to take an official position. So after we're all done talking, including the superintendent, I'm going to ask the board to take a motion in a second to reaffirm this anti-Semitic resolution that was adopted by the majority of the board back when Steve Schwartz brought it here. So that'll be the end goal of what I want to do. But yeah, who wants to go first? I'll go last. All right, I'll go first then. I wrote my comments down. As a school board member, I'm deeply saddened and outraged by the recent anti-Semitic literature seen in the Temecula Valley High School yearbook against our Jewish community. In fact, I think it's downright disgusting. Our schools are built on principles of inclusivity, respect, and understanding, and any form of hate or discrimination is utterly unacceptable. The Jewish community has long been an integral and cherished part of our district, contributing to the rich diversity that makes our schools vibrant and strong. I stand in unwavering solidarity with our Jewish students, families, and staff. All of you, thank you for coming tonight. And I commit to ensuring that our schools remain safe havens for you all. Because right now, this conversation isn't about anybody else but you right now. And I'm honoring you right now because of this anti-Semitic hate that you had to endure. We must educate our children on the importance of empathy and the dangers of intolerance, fostering an environment where every individual is valued and respected. Together, we can combat this hate and build a future where love and acceptance triumph over prejudice and fear. And as a professor, I'm disgusted at the amount of anti-Semitism I see all over the campuses in the United States. I can't name them all, there's so many. Where this Occupy Palestine, where they won't let Jewish professors or Jewish students on campus, and their vandalism of our greatest educational institutions, it's absolutely disgusting, and it's racist, and it's a religious bigotry at its finest, and it's evil. It's moral evil. Because it uses these people as a means to an end, especially this yearbook post. I'm with Dr. Regev. I think it's absolutely disgusting to allow a yearbook to be sent out and then to say, we'll put a sticker over it. I'm sorry. We could do better as a district, and we should do better as a district, and the time is now. And Dr. Regev said it, Esther, for such a time as now, and he meant it. There's 4 school members up here right now, and we can make that stand. So that's how I feel, and I get emotional about it because it's pure hatred, and it's all around our world right now. It's not in just the United States, it's all around the world, and people are dying from it. And I don't want any Jewish student to feel neglected and inferior because it's evil. It's also un-American. As one of the speakers said, and I've said many times, when we pledge allegiance to the flag, every single time we do it, we're reminded as American people, including the Jewish community, we are all Americans under one banner, united, indivisible. This divides, it's un-American, and it's evil. I'll be the first to make the motion, and I'll wait for a second later to take a stand and officially vote this in again to reaffirm our commitment to the Jewish community. And right now, I just want to say that each and every student here at TVUSD matters, and especially right now, the Jewish students, because this is about you. We're talking about you right now, and your parents and our community members. And yes, Mr. Schwartz, I am sorry if you're offended at this as well, because I would be also. Thank you.
So well said, Dr. Komrosky. There's no place for religious bigotry on any of our campuses with any of the religions or faiths and the rich diversity that we have, there is no place for religious bigotry. The oversight was egregious with the yearbook. When you look at ethnic studies, the thing to know in the history of the state and how they've developed it, did you know the Jewish people had concerns because one of the first drafts that came out was inherently biased and anti-Semitic? This ethnic studies discussion that's going to continue throughout the year, that's been an issue. So these people have suffered. It's important for us to call it out. It's also important for us to let our students know this applies to all of you. And I am sorry. I apologize to the Jewish community. One thing that I couldn't help but be grateful for here at TVUSD is in looking at the situation, I'm thankful we passed a flag policy in the past year. Because if you watched the news and you watched the flags and the burning and the demonstrations, perhaps here at TVUSD, we grabbed onto something that was important, because what Dr. Komrosky said is the American flag does unite us, and we didn't see a variety of flags or other kinds of chaos that might have come with it. And to those of you listening, I want you to understand that's one reason why we passed that policy. It doesn't apply to just one group. This is a prime example of what we avoided. And so we can give each other grace. We understand this was more than an oversight. It was egregious. I'm thankful for the letters that have gone out, but perhaps there is something more that we can do. And like Dr. Komrosky, our Jewish students, this moment is about you. We appreciate you. We love you, and you should not face discrimination in TVUSD.
Mr. Schwartz?
Well, I did write this resolution, and I did offer it up at the time I did. It's nothing new. This is nothing new, folks. 50% of hate crimes in the United States are directed against Jews, and if you don't know it, you should educate yourself. Now, when I went to City Hall last month for Jewish American Heritage and Asian American Heritage, I thank my colleagues who were there, but they were very few and far between. Very few. So as far as the resolution, it's a statement, but it's only a statement. What matters is what's in our hearts and in our minds. I could argue the establishment of Israel to that young man from now and forever, and he will not understand it. Okay? If you want to read the real history, do your research, find out what happened when the UN partitioned Palestine into Israel and an Arab country. Find out, do you know where that Arab land went? You know where it went, Dr. Regev, into Jordan, because the Jordanians took it. That was the land that was supposed to be Palestine. That's what happened. That's the truth. I thank my colleagues and my neighbors and my friends here for their support, but it's not for me. It's for our country and our neighbors and our friends. We need to live in peace with each other. We need to respect each other's religions. We need to respect each other's traditions. And I've spoken to friends on the board about that, and I will comment. Someone said to me, well, what's the essence of Judaism? What is it all about? And a great rabbi once said, treat other people the way you want to be treated. Everything else in the Bible is commentary. So I thank you guys for your support, and please treat your neighbors the way you want to be treated, and everything else will be okay.
Ms. Barclay?
I think we should just end on your note. I just want to offer my support to you, Steve, and to our Jewish students. I do feel like this resolution, I was on the board when it was originally passed, and I do think it's very important to to honor our students and to renew that pledge to our Jewish students, especially in this time where, this incident has arisen. And I do look forward to the plan that Dr. Woods has discussed with our administration about how can we not just put words behind this, but now action. How can we make people feel the things that we're talking about up here tonight, that we're treating each other with kindness, and that we are looking at each other through a lens of love and not hatred and judgment. And I appreciate your words, Steve. Thank you.
Dr. Woods, I'm going to have something to add after you.
Mr. Schwartz, I also definitely support you, and I don't want to trump anything you said because I know where it comes from. I strongly encourage the board to reaffirm this resolution, and I'm so sorry that this happened in our community, and I just wish we can get over it together and expose our love instead of all that other stuff.
Thank you, Dr. Woods. So Mr. Ray made a mention of a few things, and since this is the time to talk about it, he wanted an investigation of both the anti-Semitic incidents, conduct a thorough third-party investigation in the yearbook content, and reported an incident revolving the Jewish student during the school organized tour, identify the individuals responsible for these actions and hold them accountable, implement a third-party anti-Jew hatred training for both students and staff. These are two separate points. Third, remove involved staff members, take appropriate disciplinary action, including the removal of staff members who were involved in the creation or approval of the anti-Semitic yearbook content or who failed to address and participated in the incident involving the Jewish student adequately. And last, establish procedures to prevent the reoccurrence of such incidents. Dr. Woods, will you please speak to this since this is the time and place for it publicly?
Well, my letter says it all. That's the plan we have in place, and we will execute that plan one step at a time.
Would you mind reading your letter in open session as we talk? Oh. Mind if I pull it up, or one of us? Thank you for being patient.
As you may already know, one of our high school yearbooks contain inaccurate historical information about the conflict between Israel and Gaza in a yearbook section highlighting global issues. For example, the Gaza caption appears to mislabel parts of Israel as Palestine in a zoomed-in graphic representation of the region. The caption is not complete in its characterization of the cause and effect of the conflict. It failed to mention that on October 7th, Hamas stormed across Gaza border into Israel, killing about 1,200 people. Many innocent individuals were abducted, and some remain in captivity now. The caption also falsely claimed there was a total blockade of the Gaza Strip by Israel, with no supporting detail. We understand these inaccuracies cause deep pain and concern for many in our community. Our responsibility is to ensure that the information we provide in student-led publications is accurate, balanced, and unbiased. Although the damage is done, we will take appropriate action to mitigate some of the adverse effects caused by this oversight. In response to this situation, we will, one, allow full refunds for any student who desires to return the yearbook. Two, provide assistance to those who want the page in question removed from the yearbook. Three,
provide a sticker that can be placed over the Gaza caption. 4, provide 2 student forums during the 24-25 school year to explore the multifaceted sides of global issues, including the current Israel-Gaza conflict. 5, increase levels of oversight and supervision from designated advisors regarding all student publications. 6, provide parents with an opportunity to meet with site administration and other parent groups to discuss ways to improve the culture and climate at the designated school, and provide staff members with additional professional development related to cultural competencies and bias. We are committed to providing a safe and inclusive environment for all students. We appreciate your attention and consideration and hope you will accept our apology as we work to improve our protocols and procedures.
Thank you, Dr. Woods. And do we have a motion and a second to reaffirm our commitment here?
Moved.
And seconded by me. Moved by Mr. Schwartz, seconded by myself. Lene, would you mind?
Barclay?
Yes.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes, motion adopted 4-0. Thank you so much.
If I could,
Yeah.
for those of you who don't know what JUVUS is, does anyone in the audience know, besides the gentleman in the front? It's commemoration of the day we got. What is JUVUS the commemoration of? It's the day we got the 10 Commandments on Mount Sinai. That's what I said. Thank you.
It's above my head. Thank you so much, Mr. Schwartz. But I appreciate it.
About Jews, our pronunciations kind of shift a little, and we don't know what each other's talking about. We all figure it out.
Good. Thank you so much. All right, so now we can return back to the 4 consent items and to the Jewish community that want to break out for the holiday. I'm glad we could get you right around the time that you requested. Okay, we actually had 2 comments, or sorry, a comment from one individual, Cole, on 2 separate action, or 2 separate consent items, so we'll allow those. That was already in here, we just said missed it. So
That was
Cole,
my
if you
fault.
want to come up and let us know the number you're speaking to, please, and then we'll return to those 4 that we were about to pull.
Sorry about that, Cole.
If you could just please remind us which ones you're speaking towards.
Is this on? Okay. So I just want to be clear. I missed my public comment opportunity. I will email that to the board. I'm allowed to speak on 16 and 35, correct?
Yes.
Okay. First is 16. I'm asking that the governing board vote no on this item. Panorama education surveys are a complete invasion of privacy and a great overstep in how much our education system and contracted companies like this think they play a parental caregiving role of our children. The surveys themselves will also introduce language, thought processes, et cetera, that many of our children never had. So it has and will continue to harm their mental health, which is counterproductive to the proposed intent of this mass data collection. The preface of helping to identify at-risk students doesn't carry much weight, as we already have other practices and interactions in place with working daily with our students, especially those already receiving services, and having built relationships with their teachers and school site staff. As if the invasion of privacy wasn't enough, the company's co-founder is the son-in-law to Attorney General Merrick Garland, who compared parents to domestic terrorists, and the district thinks they have good intentions with their children's private and sensitive data? Of course not. This would be another data mining practice, ultimately resulting in a breach. There are just no guarantees the data is safe, and mishandling information to suit whatever suggestions or services they'll push, especially without parental consent. Parents, including myself, will not stand for this. Please do the right thing, protect our kids and their privacy, and vote no. My next comments are on 35 regarding iReady. My children have used iReady for 4 years, and it's only ever had negative effects on them. They do not like the platform. Sorry, I just lost my place here. At all, and are forced to use it due to how highly our district regards it and has to make use of it since so much money is being spent on it each year. The feedback I have received and witnessed from many students, parents, and teachers is that it rarely ever fills the gap and does not accurately represent a student's progress or level of achievement within their grade level. Again, I can personally attest to this. As I just mentioned, it's had negative effects on my children along with many other students in the district. It's become a deeply undesired task in the classroom and at home for homework, and has had negative effects on students' mental health due to the pressure to perform well, not just by the platform itself, but by the district to collect data that supports spending an outrageous amount of money on a program that has not had significant benefits over the last couple of years. Please vote no and find another option to invest $1.5 million productively. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, here we are, back to the original conversation. I'm up for taking votes on these in conversation, or I'm up for pulling them and putting them on the 13th meeting.
In the interest of time and the fact that we have a huge agenda, I would like to advocate for pushing it to the 13th. iReady, Panorama, more in-depth discussions, a time for questions. I think it's really, really important. And if you look at the contract, for example, for Panorama, it's for the next 3 years. It's a big decision.
One of the board members does have to leave, or actually two of them promptly. So the anxiety it might create on the other two board members is that if we push this off, it's going to put pressure on their schedule, which I probably might agree with. I'm ready for the long haul. I'm ready to go right now if we have to vote.
I feel like staff are, staff are here and ready to discuss this, and it would make them have to come again on Thursday, which I don't think they're planning on having to stay at the meeting on Thursday. I think we should just discuss it. If we have questions, let's talk it through. Because, I mean, the thing is that if we don't approve these, then what are we going to use? These are in the LCAP, these are in the plans for our year. We need the data that these platforms provide. So we can't just say, we don't like it, we're not voting for it, and go on our merry way. We need the data. It's not simply just a way for us to get data on kids to just, randomly find out about their feelings. It's literally required data that we have to have. So we have to have a plan for how to get that data. And the reason that we have these platforms is because, I've spoken with several teachers, and, during COVID, there were a bunch of platforms used, a ton of them, because that was the only thing we could do. And as time has gone on, a lot of them have been eliminated because teachers didn't use them, we didn't really like them, lots of different reasons. And it's boiled down to just these few that are most used by teachers and most successful for our students. Sure, nothing's perfect. If you ask any kid, my kid always hated homework, but sometimes we have to do things to find out information, to assess kids. When my kids went to school, the teachers had to sit one-on-one and, give a subjective test to kids. It's not how it's done now, because the CASP is also done online. So if we're not testing kids online, we're not preparing them to take the CASP. So we have to have a solution. And if it's not this, then what?
So you're speaking of iReady versus Panorama.
I'm just speaking of all of those.
If we could separate them out, I think that would be good.
Because Panorama's the same. We still need the data from Panorama.
Which aspect of the data?
The surveys that Panorama distribute, the survey platform, it's a platform. So what we use Panorama for. But I think we should have we can go one by one and have our staff come up and answer whatever questions you have. Because I don't personally have questions. I've already talked to staff and teachers and some parents and gotten some feedback. But whatever questions you have, let's let staff come up and present on each of these.
I might agree, and I'd like to let Dr. Woods address the staff. So any questions that we have towards staff, because they're district employees under Dr. Woods, and I'd like him to speak to that and maybe direct who he wants to come up to answer.
If we want to talk about Panorama, we would need Lisa Brown to come forward.
Come on down.
Mrs. Brown.
If we go into iReady, then Anna probably would want to join her.
Gonna tap that? Okay, okay. Depends how long you want to stand up.
Am I on? It's green. Oh, there we go. Okay. So Panorama actually has two sides of the platform that we use. So one is the survey side of the platform. The survey is a secure survey with a secure link for each student. Parents are given the option to opt out at the beginning of every single survey window. So about a month prior to the survey window, we do send an email to every single student and every single parent of a student 3rd through 12th grade who has the option to opt their students out. The survey questions are linked for parent review within that opt-out form. We had a couple hundred students opt out last year in both windows. The other side of the platform that we have is what they call student success. The student success platform is instrumental in our data analysis and allows teachers to get at a variety of data as it talks to our student information system, Infinite Campus. So Panorama takes all the information that is in Infinite Campus, such as attendance rates and discipline and grades and iReady, and it puts it all in one platform so that a teacher can have a one-stop shop for student data and student performance. That data is then used to provide enrichment for students who are beyond grade level or intervention for those students who might be at risk in a particular area. What's great about the platform is that it syncs nightly with our information system. So if you're having an SST or an IEP, a teacher, an administrator can get at all of that global data instantaneously. We did a lot of really great things with the student success part of the platform this year, in particular with our chronic absenteeism data. Statewide chronic absentee data was abysmal coming out of COVID. We've had certain schools that have dropped nearly 10 percentage points this year just by monitoring the students as their data comes in. So the platform kind of like assigns a color band for each student depending on like their grades, how many low-level behavior incidents they might have. And so if a student's green in all categories, they've met, you know, all the different criteria. If a student might show up in yellow or red, there might be like a caution or a warning to put some sort of intervention in place to help students. So it's kind of like our one-stop shop of all things assessment and data related. Our local assessments go into there, so the CIAs that our teachers build also report into Panorama. So it's a great platform to really help teachers meet our students where they're at. Back to the survey side of things, all of the survey questions are vetted by executive cabinet. We do have the ability within the survey to pick and choose survey questions. There are other survey options out there. One of them is California Healthy Kids Survey. That is the one that the state will provide to districts for a fee. In the past, some of the questions embedded within that particular survey, our district has thought maybe weren't the right survey questions for our students. So this platform not only is secure, so we know one of the things that we can do is if a parent opts out, we can turn off that secure link for that student, prior to the survey window even opening. So if Lisa Brown's parents opt her out, my survey link gets completely turned off. I can't even access it.
And would you say that the survey link, if the parents opt in, is protected from any data mining or sharing of data to third-party vendors?
Yes.
Okay,
It's
got
part
it.
of our data agreement.
Thank you. And then you mentioned 3rd through 12th grade, and sorry to interrupt, I know you're on a roll, but I'll probably forget my question. K through 2nd grade, why not those where the parents can opt out? Is it just not offered at all through that grade, or is there something else?
We don't offer it at all, kindergarten through 2nd grade, and the law mandates starting in 3rd grade that we look at climate surveys. They have to be included within LCAP. So they have to be included within priority 6 of our local dashboard indicator, which we have to report out yearly, not only in the LCAP, but also on our local dashboard. So if we don't report out this survey data, then we will have not met standard on priority number 6.
What's the frequency of the panorama surveys? Are they weekly, bi-weekly, quarterly, yearly? How long or how
Sure.
often do they go out?
So parents and teachers take the survey once a year. And students, we do once each semester, so twice.
Okay, so that's not too much frequency. Would the board ever be privy to the questions asked?
Sure. I shared them with Mrs. Wiersma earlier this week.
Okay. What do you think about those, Ms. Wiersma? Because I didn't see those. If it's totally transparent and it's a secured link and the parents can opt out, it enforces parental rights.
Let me ask you this, with the check-in, there's 46,000 set aside for that aspect. Is that, what are check-ins as opposed to surveys that go out a couple times a year?
Check-ins is another part of the student success portion of the platform. So what happens is if a counselor is looking at all of the data within the platform and they do a check-in with a student, let's say a student has all failing grades, so all of their grades show up in the red. A counselor might do a check-in and they might complete a note or a plan within the system for a 6-week monitor of the grades and a 6-week check-in with that student. So that's part of that check-in for student success.
So if teachers are using this consistently, why do you think the percentages of people who listed it as a benefit? I looked at the breakdown for both teachers and staff, and it was 50, 53%. It depended on the year. So what can you speak to that aspect with? Obviously, it wasn't an overwhelming, yes, this is helpful, I utilize it. What do you think that statistic says?
I think it just depends on who's completing the survey, at the frequency in which they use it. I do think that we have different staff populations who utilize the platform more than others. Part of it is it's a fairly new platform to our district. It did roll out during COVID. And what myself and my counterpart in assessment and accountability, Mrs. Medina, have done is we've been going to staff meetings to kind of retrain staff on how to use the student success side of the platform. And so that did happen throughout this year. And just kind of getting ourselves back to the frequency in which we are looking at student data and monitoring student data. So like any platform, just making sure that we're using it with the frequency, but it's also who completes our surveys.
So there was conflicting information online with whether or not it's anonymous. Are you saying because teachers are looking at this, I'm assuming it's not anonymous. Is it associated with a student number and name so that they know, or
Sure.
is it anonymous for us?
So the parent side of the parent survey and the teacher survey are anonymous. They are linked to a school site. So for instance, as a parent, I have 2 kids within the district. I select which 2 schools I'm filling out this information for, because as a principal, it also provides me a great deal of data on how the parents perceive my school climate and culture. how do they perceive student safety at my school site? All of those things are so beneficial when you are a principal at a school site, right? So they are tagged to a school site, the teacher and the parent data. The student data is linked to the student within the platform. So you are able to see how the student answered the questions, and whether or not there were any questions that the student answered that would lead us to want to check in with the student for concern, like a concern. Most of that information is housed with our counseling staff. So the counselors that might check in with a particular student based on a student response. I did have several parents reach out to me about their student responses this year, and we do provide those to parents when they ask.
Is there any way to do an opt-in versus simply opt-out?
So just like I believe our board policy states, is that it's an opt-out and not an opt-in. We want to make sure that we are also getting like a wide breadth of data, right? That we're getting information from as many stakeholders as humanly possible, including our students.
With $60,000 per campus, no, that's iReady. Okay, for Panorama, is there any other aspect of what we could do? And I kind of did a survey to see what different districts are doing. Is there anything else in your mind? Because I know we're a larger district, right, that could cover that aspect. Student success we believe in. We know data has to be collected on some level. It's just, some of this is invasive. Even with the questions that I looked at, I just wonder if there's a better way we could go about it.
I think we just have to be mindful of the questions that are out there in the different platforms, and what are the types of questions that have been vetted through cabinet in TVUSD over the last couple of years. I looked really quickly at like the Healthy Kids, which is the California survey question, and it does ask particular questions about drugs and alcohol. It does ask questions about gun safety. It asks questions about student sexuality. So I think that it's finding the right fit for TVUSD that allows us to get at the information that we need in order to meet our obligations under Priority 6 of LCAP and have the disaggregated data that we have to report out by law for foster youth, homeless, socioeconomic disadvantaged. So it's that balance, right? And what I like about Panorama, and I'm sure there's others that do this, but what I like about Panorama is our ability to pick and choose the questions and or write our own questions that we feel best represent TVUSD, our students, the community, and strike the balance between getting the data, but still protecting kids' innocence.
So one more thing, so there's the survey, there's the check-ins, are there videos, material that are watched in the classroom that the teacher utilizes, that students utilize? No.
Not through Panorama.
Okay, and the board can get an overview of the questions if that was something we were to agree on before they would go out. No. We could be another set of eyes.
Well, what I'd like to do is ask Mrs. Brown, is it possible for the end of the week if the board could get the questions from the last year?
Sure.
Through the
I
grades?
have the last 3 years that I can share with you.
We would love it.
Yep.
And you're saying oversight would be possible with that? I mean, I don't know if that has to be a board voted on decision or not, but I think that's important to talk about because there are concerns that parents have. And
Well,
I appreciate you saying there are different questions you can choose from and you can tailor it accordingly. I think that's important.
Well, the board could look at all those questions and then bring them back if we wanted to. It's totally transparent. I see no problem.
I just want to reiterate, I think what Mrs. Brown mentioned is that our LCAP and approval of our LCAP, and one of the goals that we are required to meet is contingent upon gathering this data, in which we need Panorama to do. And so the LCAP, along with what's been built into the budget for LCAP, all these things are intertwined. I know before Mrs. Brown was in this position, we brought on Panorama when Dr. Karen Valdez was over Educational Support Services, and Mrs. April Zickafoos was in this position, and I remember we vetted every software out there. And it was far beyond just the surveying component, but it was the functionality of the software itself, that Panorama didn't have anything else comparable to it in the way that it gathered data, allowed you to select the questions, and then was able to put the data in a useful way. It's a tool that we use. And so, and I know this precedes you, that's why I wanted to make sure that I said this. We did vet a lot of options when we were shopping for a survey system, and Panorama was where we landed after extensive, looking into it. So
One last question. The LCAP, this is a general question, can be edited at any time, correct? I mean, we know
So-
that there's the money and the allocations and requirements by the state, which we want to meet.
It can be
What can you
edited.
speak to there?
Sure. It can be edited at any time, but it would have to come back for board approval upon being edited every single time.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Could we call the question? Because I respect Lisa and all the work she's done. And again, I go back to respecting our staff and their expertise. And having been a teacher, having not had all the data at some point is very discouraging when you're trying to teach certain skills and you don't know who needs what. So I don't want to be here all night on every little thing on the consent calendar, because we have the action items. So I would like to call the question on Panorama.
I'll second that.
And thank you.
All right. Lene, would you mind?
Barclay? Barclay?
Yes.
Schwartz?
Emphatically, yes.
Wiersma?
So I'll be a yes, that the questions are what oversight consists of.
Komrosky?
Yes, motion adopted 4-0. Thank you, Lene. Now we're on to item 35, dealing with iReady. Jen, you pulled this.
Gary, could you speak to iReady, please? Thank you.
We have an expert sitting right here, Anna Tapley.
I know.
Who can definitely do it.
I didn't know if I should wait for questions first. All right, would you like me just to share a little bit about the program right now? All right, thank you so much. Good evening, Governing Board and Cabinet members and Superintendent. I just want to share with you a little bit about the journey with iReady and what the purpose for iReady is and how it's utilized so that we can make our informed decision in order to best be able to support students' learning needs that they have within the classroom. Just so we know, iReady does serve a federal purpose as well as a state purpose, and I want to start there. In Every Student Succeeds Act, ESSA, we have an obligation to provide research-based intervention programs on our campuses to meet the needs of our learners who are below grade level or not performing as they should be on grade level standards. When we look at state mandates, we have a mandate for universal screeners embedded within the multi-tiered systems of support framework, as well as dyslexia. And iReady meets the requirements of all three of those from a federal and a state perspective. In fact, we're able to use iReady when it comes to federal program monitoring and what we do with our English learners, as well as our socioeconomic disadvantaged and at-risk kids as well. And by utilizing iReady, it's one of the reasons why we were found 100% compliance with our academic interventions during the federal program monitoring process. Now, I would like to share that iReady is very closely aligned with the California state standards, and that's an important piece to be mindful of, because in being so aligned, it's also very closely aligned with CASP. So it gives our teachers real-time data on how our students are going to perform on CASP, which is really not just about the test, but it's about the rigorous thinking embedded within CASP. And iReady is a tool that provides students to get the scaffolding they need in order to be able to have evidence of that rigorous thinking when they are taking the CASP assessment. iReady really consists of multiple pieces, just as Panorama consisted of two pieces. The first piece of iReady is a diagnostic assessment. The diagnostic assessment is crucial because that's where our universal screener is embedded. All of our students in, let's say, second grade will take the same assessment at the beginning of the year, the middle of the year, and the end of the year. The assessment grows in rigor and complexity in order to match the growth the student should be making throughout the year. So by the time the second grader takes the assessment at the end of the year, it's more difficult than the assessment that they took at the beginning of the year. The data from the diagnostic assessment is then calibrated, and it shows the teacher very specific areas within ELA and math that each student needs to continue working on, especially if they're below grade level. So if I'm in math and I see a student needs help with number sense, that's fantastic. It's going to give that student a pathway or a differentiated way in order to be able to accomplish meeting grade level standards in that particular area. It might be number sense, it might be algebraic thinking, it might be geometry. And if you think about a second grade class, we have 24 students who may have 24 different needs of what they need extra support in, and that's where the differentiation comes within the My Pathway. So a student takes that diagnostic, the information is calibrated within the system, the student is put on a My Pathway to meet the need that they have in order to come to grade level standards, and then they're tested again halfway through at the diagnostic number 2 to see if they've made growth. The same thing is true in ELA, and it will look at areas of phonics, it will look at areas of vocabulary. In fact, TMS used iReady data for vocabulary and had a school-wide focus in ELA and social studies classes. When the students took the second diagnostic, they found tremendous growth. All of the students were more than 40% higher halfway through the year just because of the systematic effort that was put into vocabulary. So iReady has a diagnostic component, it has a My Pathway component in order to provide the individual differentiation that our students need. And if you think about it at a middle school level, it's imperative, because if I'm a PE teacher and I have 36 students who come into my room for intervention, I don't necessarily have that degree in ELA and math, so I won't know specifically how to help each one of those children with the individual needs that they have. But another part of iReady is that it provides teachers with lessons for small group instruction. So if during an intervention period, students are engaged with the iReady system itself, a teacher can pull 3 kids who might need to work on geometry with the lessons that are provided within the system to provide them teacher-student small group instruction to be able to support the needs that they have as they're engaging with the system. So it's been a process and a journey as we've trained our teachers on what the diagnostic means, how to use the data. It's very complex. Every year iReady gets better with that data that we can use it systematically. And it's been a journey as we've trained teachers on what does My Pathway mean? How do you support a child who's having trouble with the differentiated tasks that the computer program is asking them to do at that particular moment? What's an appropriate amount of time to use for iReady? Then we train on what the next diagnostic is going to mean for these students, what small group instruction looks like. And now iReady has another component called Standards Mastery. Standards Mastery takes all the standards that we have in ELA and math in the state of California, and it says, here are questions that you as a PLC team can generate that are going to be standards-based so we can ensure that your students are receiving the rigor that they need to make sure we're at a second grade level. Because if I'm going to be honest right now, sometimes I'm a second grade teacher and one group of kids may not present the same as another group of kids. So it levels out the understanding our educators have of what should be appropriate for second grade standards for these particular students to be able to get to where they need to be at the end of the year and into third grade. As we get closer to the end of the year, the diagnostic gives us information about how the students might score in CASP. What areas do we need to work on with those students so that they can be successful? It does build some endurance. But as I mentioned before, we're on a journey with this. Elementary's been doing it for 4 years, middle school's been doing it for 3 years. We're at a point now through feedback that we have received with our curriculum design teams, with our principals, with our teachers on campuses, informally, formally from some of our parents to say, this is a fantastic opportunity for our students, but what's the most effective use of it? And just Monday, we had our yearly review with the iReady team from the company itself, and they came out to present the data. And one of the things that we're finding great success with is students who are a little bit below grade level, even further below grade level, are meeting their stretch growth, if not even more. And stretch growth means you might make a year's worth of progress within 6 months. So it's having an impact on these students, and we have the data with some slides that I can share after today, if that would be helpful for these decision-making points. But I want us to understand collectively that that's making a huge difference. We're now looking as an ESS team, do we need to refine
when a student takes the diagnostic and they're at grade level, now going into the enrichment part of the PLC questions, that we want to make sure that we're giving kids an opportunity to expand their thinking and engage in their curiosity. But it's had to be a journey for us to be able to understand the components of iReady, how it's aligned to the standards, how it's aligned to CASP, but most importantly, how we can use it as a tool to partner with our parents. Because iReady has afforded us an opportunity in SSTs and all kinds of parent conferences and other meetings that we have to say, we have a tool, let's partner together with this for 4 to 6 weeks. Let's see if we see growth with this tool. If we see growth with this tool, we're going to continue on. If we don't, we're going to explore some other avenues to make sure that we can get your child as close to grade level as possible, if not above grade level by the end of that year. So it's a tool that we use mightily to support the needs of our students, to partner with our parents, to engage in the work as a PLC, to engage in the work in curriculum design team. We find the data to be invaluable, and in this short amount of time, it's become ingrained in our curriculum systems, and it's just become incredibly important, not because federal government says we have to have it, not because the state says it's a universal screener, but because it gives us real-time data across all 18 elementary campuses, across all 7 middle school campuses, where we can look at the data and measure how are our programs doing against a norm-referenced, research-based assessment that our kids engage in, and what can we do to best move forward with our kids.
Okay, so I have a question for you, and it's screen time, one of the counter arguments, and this might be a minimal one, but I'd still like an answer is screen time. How significant is screen time when you factor in the iReady data that you want to get per grade level, inside, outside of school, and then the argument where, well, my kids are on the screen too much. Can you tell me how many minutes per or hours, so that I can understand it, so
Yes.
that maybe you can push against the screen time argument?
In 1 week's time, it's recommended that each student has approximately 45 minutes for ELA and 45 minutes for math. So if I take a 5-day week and I divide it by the 45 minutes, then we're looking at about 9 minutes, I guess, for ELA a day, and 9 minutes for math a day. So it'd be about 20 minutes of homework.
Maybe 20 minutes.
So do you find there's a direct correlation between the diagnostic and the tasks in iReady and the actual CASP tests that the state has given, that they're really, we're teaching them the skills that they're going to be tested on, rather than we're teaching them skills that are good to learn, but not going to be measures that we're going to see on the dashboard? Because that's what a lot of us are concerned with when we talk about LCAP and improvement. How are we doing on the dashboard? So if these programs are designed to boost the performance on those state tests, which make our dashboard look better, then I'm all for it.
And that is correct. And so it's a lot of work that is done with research-based at the company itself, and how it is vetted across the state of California and actually across the nation. And we get the results, so to speak, from the second diagnostic that indicate where we're going to be for CASP in the spring, and we're finding that they're very closely aligned.
This is just old stuff, but I remember as a teacher being told, you got to teach to the test. But if what we're teaching is not what we're testing, then what's the correlation between what we're doing in class and why are we testing kids on other stuff? So if what you're saying is the curriculum in math and reading both correlate to what we're testing on the CASP and what's going to be on our dashboard.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I think it's...
I need a second.
Yeah, you're good. Thanks. I had a thought, but
I have one.
Sure.
Do we have any metadata on iReady and its correlation to CASP scores within the county? Meaning, when we use iReady, we're seeing a significant impact on our math and reading scores here in Temecula versus other districts because we're on the cutting edge of using iReady. Or if I'm formulating that right, I'm trying to find out, do we have any metadata that compare to other districts on how we use iReady?
I don't know that we do. I'm going to defer to Lisa for a moment, our data expert. Yeah, not within the county, I don't believe. But it's an interesting question that I can pose to our rep from iReady to see if there's something that we can glean from that
And
to
are
present
iReady
to you.
scores fluid, meaning weekly adjusted or even daily adjusted? I forget. Can we see the scores and the impact on the educational setting here at TVUSD on a weekly matter?
So what
with
you would see
CAS?
is it being measured in the 3 diagnostic assessments, beginning of the year, the middle of the year, and the end of the year. And then when the kids are on the My Pathway, the differentiated task, the teacher then can monitor and adjust according to how the students are moving through what it is that they need to be moving through.
Daily, so that
Daily,
they get ready
yes.
for the what is it, trimester? I don't know what, per year, to where the scores are calculated for a CAS for the state?
Correct. It's a very intricate system. Then it's taken us some time to train everybody on it. So now that we have the bulk of our teachers trained on it, it's what is our next best step going to be and what are the refinements so that we maximize the benefit of this system moving forward.
Okay, so here's a counter argument that I'd like you to try to push back on. It's that iReady is nothing more than a digital babysitter post-COVID, and it's a buffer, you know, to help students, you know, post-COVID, because there was a detriment and a disparity with students coming back. And now that we're past that, and now we're in the classroom more, why do we even need iReady when that was brought out post-COVID? Can you try to push back on that?
So first, I'll go back to what I mentioned at the very beginning of this, the federal and state
Sorry,
mandates.
I was in the bathroom.
Oh, that's okay. So we have something
missed-
called Every Student Succeeds Act, and the Every Student Succeeds Act is federal, and it mandates that we have a research-based intervention program that is within our school system itself. State of California has a multi-tiered systems of support framework as well as a dyslexia framework that require universal screeners. So iReady fits for the universal screener, and it helps us meet the ESSA Act. That's important because when we just had a 100% pass rate academically with federal program monitoring review that happened back in March, part of it was because we had the iReady system in order to account for the interventions for all of our different populations of socioeconomic disadvantaged, English learners, foster youth, homeless, and that type of thing. Going back to the original question a moment, I apologize, the pushback. Okay, so if I'm a middle school teacher, again, and it's PE, and I have 36 students who come into my room, they all have learning that needs to be addressed differently. So one student might be a little bit weaker with geometry, another one might be a little bit weaker with algebra, another student might be a little bit weaker with phonics or with vocabulary. Engaging in this system allows us to have a starting point to meet the learning needs of the students where they are and to be able to partner with parents in terms of supporting the education of those kids. Nothing replaces the instruction of a teacher with a student, and that's why we are highly advocating for the small group instruction that occurs while students are working on the My Pathway and while teachers are monitoring that as consistently as they can.
I got it. And I could see how a teacher might be juggling working with a SPED student, a normal population. And when I mean normal, I mean in layman's terms, not SPED or not GATE. And they're juggling, and then the iReady might compensate for that. So when I say digital babysitter on the one hand, on the other hand, it actually is helpful, like an assistant. So,
and that's part of the refinement and the piece that we're engaged in from all the work we've done with our curriculum design teams and the input we received from different educational partner groups is where are we going to maximize? So we've just seen the current data that says if I'm a little bit below grade level or even further and I engage with iReady, I'm making incredible growth, which they call stretch growth. So let's say I'm making a year's worth of growth within just a 6-month period because I've engaged in the system and people are committed to helping me engage with the system. But we want to make sure that we're meeting the needs of we're meeting the needs of all of our students, including GATE. So that's part of what we're going to look at this summer and into the fall for what the refinements need to be so that we can make sure we're addressing PLC questions 3 and 4. What are we doing for intervention and what are we doing for enrichment for our kids during the intervention blocks that we have?
I thank you for your patience. I got 2 more. Do you think that iReady significantly helps SPED students? Because it's a screen versus tactile learning when they're hands-on without a screen. And I've heard that tactile learning, me myself, I mean, I love books. When I look at PDFs, I go nuts. And I can't really grasp things or apprehend when I'm on a PDF as quick as I can with a book, when I'm touching it, when I'm flipping pages. And I wonder if a SPED kid with high sensitivity of tactile learning, is it a detriment to them to use digital technology with iReady?
So that's a difficult question to answer just simply because of the range of special education students that we serve within our district. And we really have to look at the IEP goals and we have to look at the strengths of learning for those individual students. And some of them do better on a computer, some don't. But regardless, iReady is going to provide
the appropriate lessons for the teacher to be able to engage in the instruction. Because remember, there's pull-out lessons the teacher can do for differentiation. It doesn't just have to be on the computer. So we would be able to meet the needs of those special education students based on their strength of learning modality.
Got it. One last question. Thank you for being patient. If we didn't have iReady, what would be the next alternative?
Well, that's the dilemma. And so we would need to find another research-based intervention system. And so we wouldn't necessarily be saving any money because that would either involve us creating our own or looking to other systems. And I will say 3 years ago when we began this journey, we looked at 2 other companies, and I apologize, I can't remember their name right off the top of my head at the moment, but they were both far more expensive than iReady. And they were not aligned to the California standards as well as iReady, nor were they aligned to giving us CASP data. And iReady continues to improve the data that they provide to us, which makes it very actionable and very easy to obtain, talk about in PLCs, day-to-day look at it with the kids and move on to the next steps. We have teachers that are taking iReady right now with the kids and individually meeting with the students in order to establish goals for the year, and they're celebrating the progress that they're making along the way. So we're learning how to ingrain it even further within our system as a celebration of the learning, not as a burden of a task that needs to be done.
And just to add one more thing, I think for that reason, most districts in the county do use iReady for this exact purpose. In fact, I know Rancho Christian uses this. It's a highly popular assessment tool because of its functionality.
And I would say most districts in southern Riverside County are using this tool. I don't
know
know
for
the
sure
entire
Marietta
county.
uses iReady, yeah.
Yeah, when you tell me about 9 minutes a day, was it 9 minutes a day or 20 minutes a day?
It's 9 minutes for both content areas each, so about 20
18,
minutes a day.
Seems reasonable. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I've exhausted my questions, which are
So
good.
quick question, and I'm sorry if you covered this, but are any of these tests used for grades?
So they are at the middle school level, but it's the standards mastery assessments that are being used for grades.
Okay, so standards mastery, and I did reach out to Edgar with a question. I didn't hear from him, but with the survey, has there been a survey done with teachers to kind of get some of their feedback? Because I am positive about iReady, but it's interesting to see some of the commentary with lack of consistency or kind of a shotgun approach. I know nothing's going to fit everyone's needs perfectly, so I totally get that and understand that. But is there a survey or something that you take in to kind of get that feedback so that there is more consistency campus to campus?
So we have not done a formal survey, and that's certainly something that we can engage in, but I will say that we discuss it very thoroughly within our curriculum design team. So if I'm at the elementary level, I have one representative from every school at every grade that's going to attend that day at the elementary level. If I'm at the middle school, I have a representative from every school for each content area, 6th grade, 7th grade, and 8th grade, ELA, and math. We're engaging in the conversation. They're bringing conversations back that they've had at their site level about it. So we've had lots of, I would say, I guess, informal conversations through the several venues that we have to address curriculum, but we don't have a formal survey that's been completed.
One thing that I got is that math tended to be more looked at as beneficial versus the ELA and the reading on the screen and some of the difficulties there. Would you agree with that? And I would love to see a survey maybe in the future to kind of cover it, because if it's intervention or a test or a tool that we're counting on for data, I think I'd love to hear from teachers on that and kind of see how that varies from campus to campus.
We're always trying to balance print and technology in order to make sure that we're developing readers who can both comprehend and have fluency at the same time. So I do believe one piece that we have to keep in mind is we live in a digital world. And my own self included, I will never proclaim to be a digital guru, but I've learned to read things online as opposed to not reading things online. My husband is a high school AP English teacher. The entire AP test is online now. It didn't used to be online. He used to opt for the paper form, and now that's had to change as well. So one thing that iReady affords us is the opportunity to build student skills, development, comprehension, and even endurance in what does it take to read something on a screen, what does it take to remember that information, what does it take to process that information and be able to respond to that information to show what it is that I've been thinking through that entire process. But iReady is not the be-all, end-all. It's that moment. It's the 10 minutes of ELA a day. We still want kids to have books in their hands. We still want kids to be spelling with words and tiles. We still want kids to craft stories together with pieces of paper and puppets and do those types of things as well. So I think we have to remember, in the context of a student's educational time in a day, we're looking at a 10-minute piece on average each day if we do it, space it out for the week.
I got one last question, I promise. The
It's
site reps
okay.
that go, they represent their interpretive communities at the site level. Would you say above average, they value iReady, the district level?
I
with
missed the
site
first
rep?
part of that question, I apologize.
Would you say that the majority of the site reps that represent their schools, you know, would you say that the majority of them value iReady?
Yes, because of the information it affords them to make instructional decisions moving forward, as well as the support it provides them for the kids who need the intervention in the different areas.
Okay, thank you.
I wanted to give a shout out to Carolyn Thomas too, if you're out there listening. She gave me some great feedback in the positive sense and echoed a lot of what you said. So I do want to continue to glean from the teachers, and she was great. So wherever you are, thank you.
And we just always appreciate the opportunity to kind of explain these programs so that we have a greater understanding collectively of how we're supporting our kids. So thank you.
And I want to give you a shout out, to both of you, for sharing your knowledge. It's very impressive. Great job.
With no notes.
I never have that many questions. Thank you so much.
That's okay. And if you have further questions, please
don't
don't
go.
hesitate to reach out.
Don't go.
Okay.
We have another one.
I'm going to say what I always say. I am constantly amazed by the expertise, the knowledge, and the sophistication of our staff. And thank you, Emily. Thank you, Lisa. We really respect what you guys do, and we appreciate your expertise. Thank you.
Thanks.
I don't have any questions per se. You can keep going. I don't have questions. I was just going to say that, yeah, I mean, I've observed iReady in classrooms when I go visit, and what I love is exactly what Anna described as what you see when you go into the classroom. You see kids working on the iPads on iReady. You see the teacher pulling kids out, doing more tactile type reading and math exercises, and everyone in the class is engaged. And I think that is a really great thing that iReady affords, as opposed to when my own kids were in elementary school and there weren't, you know, programs like this. That's not what you would typically see when you went into the classroom. So I think that I'm also a paper reader. You know, I don't love reading things online, but you know, our kids are going to have to do that increasingly, and they do have to take assessments online. So I think it's fantastic that we have this, that we can, you know, that this district is large enough to afford this type of program for our kids. I have seen, you know, others used, a lot of them, you got to do reading on one program, math on another, and there's no consistency. So I think as was spoken to, as, you know, we've only had this a few years, and so I think teachers are really starting to learn and understand and, you know, taking next steps on how to use it in the classroom. So I think it would be great to get continual updates on how it's going and how teachers are implementing that to help our kids, you know, reach their pinnacle of achievement. So thank you.
Parents, put books in your kids' hands this summer, right? Take advantage of that.
I'm waiting for Mr. Schwartz so we can do a motion in a second. But do we have a motion in a second? Then we'll at least wait for him to vote.
So moved.
Moved by Mrs. Barclay. Sorry, it's late.
You
Mrs.
got it.
Barclay.
Mm-hmm. Where's Steve?
Do we have a second? Seconded by Mr. Schwartz.
Second by Steve.
Mrs. Lene,
Yeah,
Lene, would you
I
mind?
got it, no problem. Barclay?
Yes.
Schwartz?
C.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes, motion adopted 4-0. Okay, now we're on to item, thank you, Lene. We're on to item 68, Orbach, Huff, and Henderson. Do we have any comments, or have we already exhausted all the comments? Okay, I wanted to speak to this first. There was a statement made in the audience that was false, that we haven't used Orbach and Huff. We actually had, and they were in our arsenal of lawyers for a while. They came on as, their specialty was facilities and HR, and now they've become a full-service law firm. They can do everything except public finance, bond measures, workers' comp. Those three things they cannot do. We have full faith and confidence, the majority of the board at least, when we voted Orbach and Huff in as general legal counsel. This is not to bring them on. I believe this is an extension by
that's not what it
a
says.
certain amount an hour. We can have that clarified. And yeah, but just to correct that falsehood, we've had them. They just were made our general legal counsel.
I was just looking at the, it says, motion to approve the continued use of legal service providers as required from July 1st, 24 to June 30th, 25. So it would be to continue using them.
My understanding is when I had it analyzed, it was to continue using at the higher rate. I think.
don't know, excuse me, I don't know who analyzed it. I'm reading it for myself and what it means to me. I didn't ask anyone else to read it to me. It's exactly what it says, is what it says.
Well, we'll take a minute here then to confirm. This is very significant. It is, as it is our general legal counsel, so let's see if we can.
Who can speak to that? Is it Dr. Woods or Mrs. Lash? What the details of that contract is? Not you, okay. Dr. Woods?
So that was a question I did ask Mr. Huff. I also.
I'm not, excuse me.
That's fine. I'm
I'm
just
reading
saying.
the document that's here. And I passed all my reading tests without iReady. I got 99 on the Iowa test on reading, and I can read exactly what it says. Motion to approve the continued use of legal service providers from July 24 to June 2025.
Mr.
That's what it
Schwartz,
says.
I hear you, Mr. Schwartz, but you can also validate Mrs. Wiersma talking to the actual lawyer from Orbach and Huff. There's nothing wrong with that.
I don't care what he said. That's irrelevant.
No, it's not actually, because
Yes,
he's
it
the
is
lawyer.
irrelevant.
No,
It's not part of what's in the wording.
This is getting into bickering, Mr. Schwartz.
No,
Please
I'm not
give me some
bickering,
patience.
I'm reading.
Yeah, but-
Excuse me, I
yeah.
could have one of the reading specialists come up and read it
You know what,
and
now you're-
explain what it says.
Now you're mocking a fellow
No,
board
I'm not
member.
mocking
Yeah, you
anyone.
are.
I'm reading what it says.
We had a
Now, if
pretty
you
good
want to
board
change
word-
the wording, that's up to you. But I read it when I read the agenda, and that's what it says.
Thank you. All right.
You're welcome.
So as we have it out up to July 1st, we have the continued use. So if this doesn't get passed now, we still use them till July 1st, but then there will be a question of who's our general legal counsel. And so what I would have the board think about is we have 10 current law firms, but really 8 that are significant. And the reason I say this is because if you don't go with the continued use of our general legal counsel, you're probably gonna have to appoint another general legal counsel. Danny Wolliver Kelly, McCoon and Harbor, Adam Silva and McNally, Fagan Friedman and Fullfrost, of course Orbach, Huff and Henderson, Harbottle Law, Lozano Smith, Tao Rossini, and then the other 2, Epstein Becker Green, which are used at a part-time, and then Bob Tyler, representatives for Advocates for Faith and Freedom. So outside of those 2, we have 8. So this is significant because you would have to consider another general legal counsel. Do you have an alternative, Mr. Schwartz?
I'm just voting on this one issue. I'm not talking about the future. I'm just talking about tonight.
Well, you'll have to consider the future.
I will consider it in the future after July 1st, but right now, I want to deal with this issue that's on the agenda.
Perfect.
Who knows what's going to be here on July 1st? I might not be here. Who knows?
I just want to add something because I did the homework with this, looking at the firms and comparing rates and so forth. So interestingly, with Orbach and Huff, highest partner rate 355, Lozana and Smith, which we have 395, Fagan, Friedman, and Full Frost, which we did renew tonight, 420, Danis, Wolver, Kelly, 485, Adams, Silva, and McNally, 365, so they're a little bit more than Huff. Dow, Rossini, 370, so they're a little bit lower. But it was interesting to do the comparisons and know that Huff is definitely on the competitive, if not one of the lower fees. So just for the record, I wanted to let people know that.
Okay, any other comments? All right, do we have a motion and a second to approve?
Moved.
And this is to approve the contract?
Yes.
Okay, moved by Mr. Schwartz,
Second.
second by Mrs. Ursulay. Would you mind calling roll?
Barclay?
No.
Schwartz?
No.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes, motion not adopted, as we have a split, so we let the clock run out on Orbach, Huff, and Henderson until July 1st, unless this is brought back at a future meeting. Okay, so now we're on to, I think that was it for the action items. Now we're on to action, that's what I meant. So what I was going to attempt to do, we have to read out a triplet where I have to conduct a public hearing. One of those is related to the meeting on the 13th. So we read off two things, and then on the 13th, we vote on it. And then on another one, we read out and then vote on it now. All these other action items, unless we have discussion on them, we could do an omnibus and vote them all on at once.
Didn't we vote them already?
No, not all the action items, no. We did information report, I know it's late. We bumped information and reports before.
Oh, I'm
action
sorry, we
items.
did consent, I'm sorry. I'm
Yeah,
trying
no,
to get my
I hear you.
agenda
It's-
up on my phone because my computer doesn't work. Do we have a computer expert out there? Trini, I need you, my computer doesn't work.
Then let me conduct a public hearing on, let me go to action item 1. We'll start with the public hearings and get those out of the way,
Okay.
and then we'll figure omnibus if we can do it. Do we have an action or a comment on 1?
Could you bring it up one day? Thank you. I can't get my computer to work.
Okay, so do I have a motion, a second to, well, oh, sorry, let me just read it out. Notice to conduct a public hearing for the Temecula Valley Unified School District SELPA local plan along with the annual service plan and annual budget plan for the 2024-25 school year. I call for a motion, a second to provide notice to conduct a public hearing for 2024-25 SELPA local plan along with the annual service plan and
Moved.
annual budget plan at the governing board meeting to be held on June 11, 2024, and we have a motion by Mr. Schwartz. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Wiersma. Lene, would you mind?
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes, motion adopted 3-0, one's not
Gotta put a
present.
microphone in the bathroom.
2, conduct a public hearing for the Temecula Valley Unified School District SELPA local plan along with the annual service plan and annual budget plan for 2024-25 school year. Do I have a motion and a second to conduct this public hearing?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz,
Second.
second by Mrs. Wiersma. Lene, would you mind?
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes, motion adopted 3-0, one not present. Ms. Barclay not present for the last two. And then now we'll do public hearing. This is the time and place designated for the public hearing to review and consider the 2024-25 SELPA local plan along with the annual service plan and annual budget plan. I declare the hearing now open at 8:34 p.m. Is there anyone who wishes to comment on the 2024-25 SELPA local plan along with the annual service plan and annual budget plan? No comments? If there are no more comments, I will declare the public hearing closed. Public hearing end time, 8:34 p.m. And action item 3. I call for a motion, or let me read it out. A notice to conduct a public hearing of the California School Employees Association and its Temecula Chapter 538 and Temecula Valley Unified School District's joint proposal for reopener contract negotiations for the 2024-25 school year. I call for a motion and a second on this.
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz,
Second.
second by Mrs. Barclay. Lene, would you mind?
Yes.
Sorry. Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes, motion adopted 4-0. Thank you, Lene. Item 4, conduct a public hearing of the California School Employees Association and its Temecula Chapter 538 and Temecula Valley Unified School Districts joint proposal for reopener contract negotiations for the 2024-25 school year. Do I have a motion and a second on this?
Moved.
Moved by Mrs. Wiersma.
Second.
Second by Mr. Schwartz. Lene?
Barclay?
Yes.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes, motion adopted 4-0. Thank you, Lene. And then we'll conduct this public hearing. This is the time and place designated for the public hearing to review and consider the joint proposal by the California School Employees Association and its Temecula Chapter 538 and the Temecula Valley Unified School District for reopener contract negotiations for the 2024-25 school year. I declare the hearing now open at 8:36 p.m. Is there anyone who wishes to comment on the joint proposal by the California School Employees Association and its Temecula Chapter 538, Temecula Valley Unified School District for reopener contract negotiations for the 2024-25 school year? None. If there are no more comments, I will declare this public hearing closed. Public hearing end time, 8:36. Number 5, acceptance of the California School Employees Association and its Temecula Chapter 538 and Temecula Valley Unified School District's joint proposal for reopener contract negotiations for the 2024-25 school year. I call for a motion and a second on this.
Moved.
It's getting late. Mrs. Barclay, moved by Mrs. Barclay. There's movement.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Wiersma. Lene, would you mind?
Barclay?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes, motion adopted 3-0. One not present, Mr. Schwartz. 6, notice to conduct a public hearing for the 2024-25 Local Control Accountability Plan. I call for a motion, oh, and by the way, before I do this, is there any presentation or is that on number 7 by Mrs. Lash? 7. Number 9, okay, good. We'll get you, I'll come back, okay. 8, ooh. Okay. And we're on 6. We're on 6, okay. Notice, 6, notice to conduct a public hearing for the 2024-25 Local Control Accountability Plan. Do I have a motion and a second?
Moved.
Moved by Mrs. Barclay,
Second.
second by Mrs. Wiersma.
Bar-
Lene, would you mind?
Yep. Barclay?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes, motion adopted 3-0, one not present, Mr. Schwartz. 7, conduct a public hearing for the 2024-25 Local Control Accountability Plan. I call for a motion and a second to conduct this public hearing.
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Wiersma. Renee, would you mind?
Barclay?
Yes.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes, motion adopted 4-0. Thank you, Renee. And now I'll conduct this. This is the time and place designated for the public hearing to review and consider the Local Control Accountability Plan, LCAP, for the 2024-25 school year. I declare the hearing now open at 8:38 p.m. Is there anyone who wishes to comment on the Local Control Accountability Plan, LCAP, for the 2024-25 school year? No comments? If there are no more comments, I'll declare the public hearing closed. Public hearing end time is 8:39 p.m. 8, notice to conduct a public hearing for the 2024-25 budget. Mrs. Lash, welcome. Oh, we do have a
Thank you.
public comment? Okay, we'll do the public comment on 9. Thank you. Oh, okay. Yeah, on 9. Or, you know what, we could. Yeah, we'll do the public, yeah. That's right, because we do the hearing.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I know it's been a long night, but this is kind of the meat and potatoes for me. So budget and LCAP will be presented together tonight, and really it's two entire departments that put in the work that put this presentation together. So a huge shout out to our fiscal services team and our accountability and assessment team that prepared the LCAP and the budget that led us to this evening. So we'll be talking about LCAP first and looking at state and local indicators. I know I've heard the word dashboard a couple times already this evening. And we'll look at the budget overview for parents that's related to that LCAP. Then we'll look at estimated actuals and adopted budget, and then and some staffing changes that are projected for next year. So just as a reminder, the timeline for this is dictated by education code for both the budget and the LCAP. As you mentioned, Dr. K, there are public hearing requirements that are required to happen at a separate board meeting from the actual adoption. So on Thursday, we'll see you all again for the actual adoption. And with that, I'm going to pass it over to my friend Lisa Brown, who will be going through the LCAP.
Okay, so tonight we're going to review some of the components of LCAP, particularly our local indicators. But as a reminder, these are the 6 state indicators that are presented within the dashboard. The 2024 dashboard is slated to actually come out early this year, which is great. We should have it before Thanksgiving break in November. So we will take a look at our academics in ELA and math, our English learner progress, chronic absenteeism, graduation rates, suspension rates, and the college career readiness indicators. Those are reported out by our data. Our local indicators are indicated standards met or standards not met. There are 5 local indicators that are reported on the dashboard: the basics, teachers, instructional materials, and facilities, implementation of our academic standards, family engagement, the local climate survey, and the access to a broad course of study. So we're going to work our way through these 5 local indicators tonight. The first one being the basics. So we have to report out the number of misassigned teachers for our English learners, which we currently have 0 misassigned teachers, which is great. The percentage of students without access to their own learning materials. This is through our Williams Act, and so all of our students have access to the appropriate materials. And the number of facilities that do not meet good repair or standard, and all of our facilities meet good repair or the standard. So we're happy to report out 0 in that category. In that case, 0 is a good thing. One of the things that is new to the dashboard this past year is the teacher assignment monitoring outcomes, and there is a 2-year lag in the data that comes out of the state for this. It's affectionately called the TAMO, and so 89.5% of our teachers were considered clear, which is above the state average. So we might have teachers that are working on clearing their credential through a 2-year BITSA program. They might be interns, and so they're working on making sure that they have the appropriate credentials, so that's why you see the differential there. Implementation of state academic standards. So the rubric is down there in the bottom right-hand corner. 5 is full implementation of the state standards, and goes down from there. So as a district, we have to rate ourselves in the following areas, and you can see how through a variety of data points and our curriculum design teams and meeting with our directors, we rate ourselves each year. This does get reported into the dashboard. So it's ready to go as soon as you guys approve LCAP on Thursday. Hopefully I can click submit. As far as providing professional learning to our teachers in ELA, ELD, math, we're looking at full implementation and sustainability. We did have quite a few new curriculums in science last year, particularly at the high school level. And so we're in the initial implementation of making sure that teachers have the proper training in that new curriculum and that the adoption. Full implementation in history, social science, Instructional materials, full implementation and sustainability, or full implementation across the standards. Also the same for identification of programs to improve instruction. And then you'll see down there in the bottom left, implementation of standards for CTE, health, PE, VAPA, and world language at full implementation and sustainability. There's kind of this catch-all other category where we identify professional learning needs of specific groups at full implementation, identify the needs of specific individuals such as teachers who might need extra support either through BITSA or mentoring, or our coaching model at full implementation and sustainability, and providing support for teachers on the when they're not meeting standards at full implementation. So what is our process for supporting teachers that are struggling? School climate, so this is where our Panorama survey plays into our local dashboard. So we have to report out school safety, school climates, supportive relationships. So you can see, based on the nearly 17,000 students, staff members, and families that took the survey. Students in 3 through 5 reported 80% of favorable response to student safety, 6 through 12, 73%, and parents TK through 12 at 82%. School climate in grades 3 through 5 at 72%, 6 through 12, 62%, and TK through 12 for parents at 75% and staff at 73.5%. Supportive relationships in grades 3 through 5 at 91%. Students 6 through 12 at 84%, and parents reporting respectful relationships with teachers and staff at 74%. So then we have to take a look at how are we engaging parents and families in building respectful relationships and building trust. And so we rated ourselves at full implementation for building trust and respectful relationships and learning about each family's strengths, cultures, language, and goals as it relates to their children. We rated ourselves at full implementation and sustainability for creating welcoming environments at each of our schools and using multiple opportunities to engage in communications with families. These are specifically from the parent survey results. In building respectful relationships, 74% felt that it was a positive response. Creating an environment that helps students learn, 75%. Valuing the diversity of children's backgrounds at 70%. And then we always ask the question about how they prefer to get their communication from our district, because we're always trying to engage parents more and more, and I know Jimmy and his team work so hard to do this. So most of our parents look like they engage through our newsletters, which not only the school sites do on a regular basis, but Jimmy and Jody work so hard to put out for our district as well. So the parent engagement reflection tool goes on to look at how teachers and principals partner together to improve school capacity, partnering and providing families with information and resources to support student learning. So we rated ourselves at full implementation. Looking at the policies and programs for teachers to meet with families and students to discuss progress and ways to work together. That might be parent-teacher conferences, it might be one-on-one meetings. And then understanding their legal rights or advocating for their students at full implementation and sustainability. You can see that parents rated 86%. They feel like they have the ability to make choices about their students' schooling. 91% felt like they had the ability to help their student at home. 73% felt like they had the ability to ensure the school is meeting their students' needs. And again, really through a variety of communication sources. So we also look at how we're seeking to make, to get input from our parents and our community. We rated ourselves at full implementation, so family members engaging with advisory groups in the decision-making process. This could be school site council, it could be CAP, it could be ELAC, it could be our CAC. We have a variety of advisory groups that meet regularly. Opportunities to provide input on policies and programs. Full implementation and sustainability on staff effectively engaging with families within that setting to support decision-making processes, and the process for providing opportunities for principals and teachers and families and district administrators to work together to implement activities, family engagement activities at the school and district level. So that might be like at our elementary schools, our literacy nights or our math nights. It might be our academic or our athletic programs. We have lots of ways for parents to get involved. We do have to report out our access to a broad course of study, so this mainly looks at our high schools. So the selected measures that we have reported out are graduation rate at 93%, our A through G completion rate at the high school, which is at 68%. That is an increase from last year, as well as an increase in the enrollment in the AVID program. Enrollment in CTE is also up by several percentage points, as is enrollment in our AP classes. All of our students have access to these broad course of study. We will continue to have access to seventh period, as well as expanding or refining our AVID and CTE programs so that we can ensure that we're meeting our students' needs. AVID and CTE, as well as seventh period, are funded through LCAP. So when we look at the totality of the LCAP this year for the brand new 3-year cycle, we did meet with over 48 committees, and they're listed there below. We did have input on over 250 survey responses. We did break down our LCAP a little bit differently this year. While we're still going to look to respond to students' diverse needs and refine our practices, as well as reaching out to our families, we wanted to make sure that our actions and services align to a specific metric as well as a very specific goal. So we looked at writing 6 goals in LCAP this year: ELA and ELD, math and science, graduation rate and college readiness indicator, a system of support for supporting struggling students, chronic absenteeism, and engaging educational partners. So there are 3 main components of LCAP that we're gonna, Mrs. Lash is gonna take you through the budget overview for parents, affectionately known as the BOP. And we're gonna look at the alignment of our 6 goals, actions, and the metrics. So this year, with carryover, we roughly had a little over $22 million in LCAP. So you can see that, goal number 6 is a little bit down at the bottom, but looking at students demonstrating growth in academic standards in ELA and our English learners demonstrating progress towards language proficiency, and you can see the 5 actions there that are listed, and then the several metrics that we used to kind of create a through line about how we will measure the effectiveness of that goal. And so you can see the 6 goals there, demonstrating growth towards academic standards in mathematics and science, maintaining a broad course of study and a graduation rate higher than 93% while increasing our college readiness indicator. The district will decrease the number of student groups in the red on the dashboard while creating a system of support for identifying the diverse needs of students. So this really looks at the individual needs of our student groups, but also the individual needs of our sites. And then the district will decrease chronic absenteeism while increasing student connectedness, which is one of our lower indicators in the Panorama survey. And then the last one is increasing educational partner engagement. So you can see we tried to create a very strategic through line with the goals, the actions, and then the metrics. And with that, I'll turn it over to budget.
And before I get into the numbers, I just want to remind everyone that LCAP is a qualitative plan where the state asks us to compete against ourselves. Every single year, how are you going to look at your data and get better and get better and get better? This isn't a comparison of us compared to other districts. In fact, I think we outperform state average in every single category, and I think outperform most other districts, if the majority of other districts even in the county. So this is a measurement of us against ourselves and how are we going to get better each and every single year. LCAP is that qualitative plan that tells us how we're going to do that with just one subset of dollars, right? We're going to get into a $400 million budget, and LCAP is only $20 million. But how do all these things come together and meet the needs of students? So the budget overview for parents was the state's way of trying to add transparency to the LCAP. And so this is the template here. You'll see we received a total of $303 million in total LCFF funding, local control funding formula funds. Within the LCFF funds, within that $303 million, $20 million is for LCAP. Okay, those are the supplemental. That's a supplemental grant, which we've talked about in the past. It's a computation of unduplicated pupils. So within the $303 million are LCAP dollars, it's $20 million. Now, a few slides ago, Mrs. Brown showed $22 million, and you might say, well, wait a minute, I thought the LCAP was $22 million. $22,518,000, not $20 million. Well, that's because we have a couple $1 million in carryover, right, that we didn't spend in years past that we've now added to actions and services to be spent down this year. So that's why the LCAP plan has more money in it than we're actually receiving in revenue this year. So I hope that makes sense. This is just all of that information in a pie chart. So with that, remember we're looking at two budgets tonight. We're looking at the closing out, oh, that's a typo, the closing out of 23-24 budget, which is the estimated actuals, and we're also looking at next year's 24-25 adopted budget. And we'll look at those things simultaneously. Snapshot of all, you're going to get more information on these numbers in detail on the following slides. But revenue, you can see, total revenue is actually going down next year, and we'll talk about why that is. And then it will slowly begin to climb back up. Expenditures, again, are also going down next year, but will then start to climb back up in 25-26. But the story to tell here in this snapshot is that net increase decrease line. That says, are we spending more or less than we're bringing in? And we are spending more in every single year in this budget than we are bringing in. We have a structural deficit. I think every district in the state of California has a structural deficit due to what's going on in the economy. And so that's going to be important to remember as we work our way through the budget is in tough financial times, how are we maximizing our resources since they are limited? And then if we look at our ending fund balance, you can see that it's projected to go from 153 million down to 100 million in 26-27 based on all of our given assumptions. And we can look at, we'll look at what fund balance is in detail in a later slide also. But this is a snapshot. So very important, what are the assumptions we use to build this budget? The items highlighted in blue are related to revenue. The yellow highlight down at the bottom is related to expenditures. So COLA, we talk a lot about the COLA, the cost of living adjustment. All this is what the state is going to fund us. How much more are we going to get in LCFF than we got last year? So you can see this year, 23-24, 8.22%. That was COLA plus an augmentation. It goes down to 1.07% next year. And then the projections are for 25-26 and 26-27, it gets a little bit better. These are very important numbers, and as of the budget period, the governor has said originally that he would fund this COLA. He would be able to fund the full COLA. Since building this budget, we have heard that the state actually might declare a suspension on Prop 98, which is school district funding, and we might not at the end of the day be able to afford the full COLA. So we'll know by June 30th what that looks like, but for now, we've made the assumption that we will get our full funding. Funded ADA, average daily attendance, right? How many days did kids show up out of how many days possible? So this is, and you can see this year, our funded ADA goes from 25,577 down to 24,910. A huge drop off that will directly correspond to revenue in a couple slides. And the reason for that is during the pandemic and in 21, 22, and 2021, there's lots of relief for ADA because attendance rates throughout the state were really low. So the state constantly were providing language to say, you know what, you don't have to calculate that this year, or we're gonna give you some grace this year. All of that expires next year. And so there's a cliff that's going to happen next year in our funded ADA, which directly impacts our revenue. So you couple that with that low COLA, and you're gonna see what that does to our LCFF funding on the next slide. Our unduplicated pupil percentage, that's the number of kiddos that are either English learners, foster youth, or socioeconomically disadvantaged. You can see that's going up. That's just due to better identification of kids, right? We've included the questionnaire in our online registration, and so we're better able to capture that data, which is why that percentage is going up, not because we have more students qualifying. And then the supplemental grant, as I mentioned, this is embedded in the numbers you're going to see on the next slide in LCFF revenue. But you can see with the associated increase in UPP comes more funding for the LCAP. So from 18.7 million to 23.5 million by 26-27. STRS and PERS rates, STRS luckily is remaining flat for this 4-year period, but you can see CalPERS, which is what the retirement system that our classified staff are on, it is going up every single year in all 4 years. So labor-related costs for classified employees are going up. So all of these assumptions feed into revenues and expenditures, okay? So I know lots of numbers on a page, bear with me. LCFF sources, you can see we are going down in revenue next year, which has not happened. I don't know the last time that we received less than we did the year prior. This is because that decrease in our funded ADA. So this year we were funded $306 million. Next year, even if we are fully funded for the COLA, which we might not be, we'll get $303 million next year. And that is the lion's share of the revenue we receive. It's $303 million out of $394 million. That is our bread and butter. Okay, and then it will slowly climb back up as we recover from that cliff of ADA. Federal revenues are high this year because of those one-time dollars. It's the last of the one-time revenue this year, so it returns to normal levels next year. Other state revenue is pretty stable. And then local revenue, we received one-time E-rate revenue this year, as well as those RDA funds that we were recognizing in our general fund that will be recognized in our capital facilities fund in the out years. And lastly, interest has been really good for the last couple of years. We're projecting that that's going to go down. So you can see we go from $421 million projected revenue this year to $394 million next year. So we've been doing a lot of adjusting to make sure that we're able to sustain everything that we've built over the last 4 years with this windfall of one-time money. And then again, we can start climbing back up in our revenue proceeds by 25-26 is the projection. I just wanted, and this is not part of your printout, but I just wanted to remind everyone, LCFF calculator tells us how much money we're going to get, but where that money comes from is a very important story to tell because only 31% of our revenue comes from local property taxes. EPA varies from year to year. That's the Education Protection Account. So the state's unrestricted general fund steps in and pays for the rest of our money. So for next year, it's approximately 40% of our revenue. Where does that money come from? The big three taxes: corporate tax, income tax, and sales tax, right? So how the economy is doing, how taxpayers are doing, has a very direct impact on school districts. And another thing that's so important to know, the top 1% of earners in California provide more than 50% of tax revenue in the state. So I'm going to say that again. It's a very progressive tax system. The top 1% of earners in California provide more than 50% of the revenue generated at the state level. So how 1% of Californians do has a huge impact on our economy, right? So if they move out of state or they have a bad year, it impacts funding for all governmental entities that benefit from state aid. So just keep that in mind as we talk about the economy and moving forward, how the economy of California does, which is a huge economy, how we do in our tax collections have a direct impact on school districts and our funding, okay? So with that, let's talk expenditures a little bit. You can just see salaries and benefits are going up in future years just based on projected staffing needs. We'll talk about specific staffing changes for 24-25 that are projected. But you can see those employee benefits climb because of that, the increase in the PERS rate, but then also as we add staff, those labor-related costs come along with that. Step and column is built in here. We have a budget system where we don't just guess, we actually build every single position into our budget by specific position, by specific salary. So it's not an estimate, this is all pretty exact. The only estimate is enrollment, right? How many staff we're going to need, that's the only question mark out there really. And so that's what we build our staffing projections on. We budget site by site, department by department, from zero. We don't roll things forward. We literally build the budget from scratch every single year. And we do that because it provides a more accurate picture of our projected expenditures. So books and supplies, we have, it's a little bit inflated this year because we have that social science adoption. Next year we have a huge textbook, tech purchase budgeted, and then these years look off by 1 year. So the math adoption is 25-26, the tech purchase is 24-25, and the social science adoption was 23-24. So I'll make sure to update these slides before we post it. Capital outlay, if you'll recall, we used ESSER funds to upgrade a lot of the HVAC throughout the district. That's what those funds were for. And then the transfer out is so high this year because of the RDA funds that we reported in the general fund that are moving to the capital facilities fund. Okay, staffing changes. So this is certificated only. The net impact of staffing changes is 1.5 FTE. These are FTEs. And these are all based on projected enrollment and programs for next year. For classified staff, projected increase of 26.6. This is mainly due to our projected increase in our special education population. And then lastly, the admin changes, the net impact is a change of 1.0 FTE. So we are recommending converting. We had 2 directors in special education. And when one of those positions became vacant, we tried a new kind of structure where we had 1 director, 1 assistant director, and had this plan for differentiating what they did because of the increase in special education students. And I think we went from 14% to 18% of our students being special education. It's turned into all hands on deck, and both employees or both administrators are doing the same work. They're just dividing and conquering essentially. So we are recommending that we go back to the original format of 2 directors. So that is why we're decreasing 1 assistant director and increasing a director. That is the promotion of 1 position. We are decreasing 1 principal at elementary, which is the combining of the Homestead campus with the Vintage Hills campus. And the principal on special assignment was the position that you approved at the last board meeting in the LCAP. So the true change in FTE, the net increase is for Summit Academy, As they are getting a 7th grade next year, we are adding an intervention administrator. So that's that 1.0 change. And all of these assumptions have been built into the budget. So ending fund balance, this is our rainy day fund, right? And the rainy day is here, as I've mentioned, but we are doing so much better than most districts in the state of California. We did a really good job of saving our pennies, knowing that this day was going to come, and you can see our savings account, I highlighted 2 arrows in red. That's really our savings account or money unaccounted for or spoken for already. And it is going down, definitely. It is decreasing. You can see the 54 million that goes down to 16 million. But that's what it's there for. We're intentionally going slow and not making reductions to programs until we have to. And we are hoping that the economy can continue to do well and we can kind of grow ourselves out of this problem, because obviously it's not sustainable to continue to spend more than you bring in for a long period of time. The concern is what happens if the economy gets worse than we projected, or this dip in the economy lasts longer than projected. How long will that savings account last us? But for now, based on our assumptions, in 26-27, we'll still have $33 million in our piggy bank. So some budget highlights that I want to make sure that we give a big shout out to everybody in the district, because this is not Nicole Lash's budget. And this is honestly a collective effort throughout the entire organization. We have no projected reductions in force, which is huge, right? We already have neighboring districts that have issued layoff notices and are planning reductions in force. We have no reductions in force at this time planned, which is so incredibly beneficial to us as an organization. It's great for morale. It really, really is. And we have budgeted to sustain all the things that we have built over the last 4 years, which is incredible. We have a healthy ending fund balance, which is, again, going to get us through these rainy days. Our attendance rates are some of the highest in the county and are finally making their way back post-pandemic. We don't think that we'll ever get back to pre-pandemic attendance rates, because kids have figured out ways to get their work done and not show up to school on some days. And so we're never going to be in those attendance rates again, but we are definitely getting better each and every single year. We've done a really good job of maximizing our resources, moving things around. As I've mentioned multiple times, we are moving the off-schedule payment that we made this year into one-time block grant revenue, and that's been built into the budget. We're really maximizing our restricted dollars first before we move to our unrestricted general fund. And we've maintained all of the board commitments that have been made over the past 5 years. Number one, we have a 6% reserve for economic uncertainty, where the state only requires 3%. That's wonderful. We are maintaining 1% for deferred maintenance, because we know our facilities need to be maintained in good repair. And lastly, we are maintaining our one-to-one student technology devices. All of those things are built into the budget for being sustained. So great things to highlight in this budget. So what is next? We are going to see you all in 2 days to adopt the 3 things that to present the approval for the LCAP, the dashboard, local indicators, and the budget. The state will finally adopt a budget, but we will be all done. And so we do, if the changes are significant, we do have an option for a 45-day budget revision. I don't think we'll need one, but we'll see what the state does. And remember, I showed you that progressive tax system. We're just going to keep an eye on how the economy is doing and what's happening with other legislation that could have a financial impact, and what happens with enrollment. That's always like the lingering question out there, and which whites of which eyes are going to show up in August, and we just adjust accordingly. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thank you.
I know I can always count on you for a question.
I see you looking over your shoulder. I'm gonna ask you just a couple quick questions. Okay, just a couple quick ones. Okay, when you were on the slide that was titled assumptions, you said something about adjusting the COLA. That's next year's COLA, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So that's the 1.07.
Got it. But he will decide, because I know we've talked about that sometimes the governor can say there's going to be a COLA, but then like not really pay up. So.
Exactly. So if there's a couple things that could happen. One, we could say we can't afford to fund that 1.07%. So we're going to use the state's rainy day fund to pay for it. Or we're going to issue cash deferrals, which is, yes, we're going to give you your money, just not when it's due. So they keep us whole, and then we just have a cash flow problem, and we usually have to borrow money to pay our bills as they come due. But again, they say, yes, you're getting all your money just later. It's been a long time, but they could suspend Prop 98, which means they actually don't give us the funding. The good news is once the rainy days are over and the state has funds, they will have to catch us up for that.
Yeah.
So it could be that we don't get it now, but we do get it eventually when the economy is looking better.
Right, so we just don't get the cash now.
Correct. Well, one is cash, which is like a one-year problem. The other one is they actually give us less in revenue, and they have no idea when they'll be able to pay us back for that.
Sure.
And
Okay.
it could be any number or combination of those things, and we won't know until probably another week or two which route the state goes.
Okay. I know we've talked before about, I'll probably ask you this every time, if they're gonna change their mind on ADA, and you had mentioned that there might be some move in the legislature towards that. Do you know of any?
I think most of the bills that were proposed to fund districts based on enrollment instead of ADA have died. Yeah, so.
Okay. Well,
If
I
I
for
could-
one think that.
I'm sorry, just
enrollment is
quickly.
better.
When I was at CSBA, they were talking about Prop 98, and basically they said, if there is a reduction, it will be money owed to us, not, we're not giving it to you. We're not giving it to you this year, but eventually you're going to get it. And there was a big push at CSBA for people to talk to their assembly people and their state senators to make sure that that's what they do with the Prop 98 and not change it around.
Yeah, and to that point, and, if you've heard about the maneuver, the state was trying to make a maneuver, they've been calling it a maneuver, where they give you the money today, but it's not guaranteed in the future. The governor has since backed off of that. So the good news is, if we don't get it today, it's still a minimum guaranteed promise, which is great news. The advocacy worked.
And only the last thing I just wanted to make a comment on is that 6% reserve is amazing. And I know that has been work done by the district, but also previous boards. I mean, Steve and I were there, me less than others, but I was a witness to it. But I know in the past, that was the absolute priority of our boards. And I just have to, give a hats off to them, because if that did not happen and that had been prioritized, we would be in a much different situation. We would be in layoffs. And everyone is laying people off. And I know Frank's over there with a big smile on his face because he didn't have to do layoffs this year. He's the favorite person around. But it really, it really is such a big deal. And it's such a big deal that we saved that much, far beyond the required 3%. Just having that forethought. So just wanted to give that recognition out there. Thank you. I know this is much, much work, you and all of your departments, so thank you.
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Lisa, could I ask you a quick question? I'm sorry. Something that we talked about at CSBA when I was up there a couple of weeks ago was the time change for the high schools. Did you get any feedback from the high school principals or the teachers about whether or not they thought it was good or bad, or it really didn't make a difference?
That wasn't one of the questions that we asked within the survey. So I would have to defer to
Is
like,
Amy still here? Oh, Amber's here.
yeah, I would have to defer to some of my
I
counterparts
was
on
just
that.
curious, because it's something, we had a lot of feedback from other districts, and some were like, well, it costs, like here, we had to put in lights at the fields for practice, but a lot of people said that their kids really did better by having the extra sleep. So I don't know, maybe it's something we could ask, just, you know, not as a professional survey, just kind of get some feedback from people.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, call for a motion, a second, to provide notice of the, to conduct the public hearing for 2024-25 budget. Do I have a motion and a second?
Moved.
We're on action item 8. Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Moved by Mr. Schwartz.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Wiersma. Linnea, would you mind?
Barclay?
Yes.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes, motion adopted 4-0. Now we're on to the public hearing. Action item 9. I call for a motion and a second to, oh, yeah, but I'll do that. I call for a motion and a second to conduct a public hearing for the 2024-25 budget. Do I have a motion and a second?
Yes.
Moves, do you move, Mr. Schwartz?
Move.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Barclay. Linnea, would you mind?
Barclay?
Yes.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes, motion adopted 4-0. Thank you, Linnea. This is the time and place designated for the public hearing to review and consider the 2024-25 budget. I declare the hearing now open at 9:21 p.m. If there's anyone who wishes to comment on the 2024-2025 budget, or is there anybody who wishes to comment? And I believe we have 2 speakers. So a total of 30 minutes is provided so members of the public can address the board. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes apiece. We have 2 speakers, I believe. Board, you say 3 minutes apiece or 2? It's up to you. 3? Yep, okay.
First up is Upneat, followed by Christy McClure.
So I have 2 different comments. One is addressing, I've seen some misinformation in the community. So just a clarification, I would like a clarification. Have we actually received the Prop 28 funds for VAPA? And I know it is restricted funds that can only be used for specific purposes, but I did read, like, you know, you don't have to use all of them because they didn't give us the funds till the end of the year. So you can use up till 3 years to have those funds. The second thing is I read in the budget, if you remember, the first time I ever walked into a board meeting was for transportation, for band, and like majority of our efforts are for fundraising for transportation. In the capital outlay, I did read purchase of transportation vans and capital equipments, facility improvements for expansion of VAPA and through Prop 8 funding. So I'm interested in knowing more as to how these will help in keeping the field trips transportation costs low. We encountered some unexpected additional costs with the recent band trip, and while the district's prompt intervention in covering these costs is very much appreciated, but these annual trips are planned like well in advance, and unexpected financial hiccups can cause a lot of disruptions and could lead to ending up to cancellation of trips too. So could you please provide me more details about this purchase since it's mentioned with VAPA? It seems to look like it's going to be for that, but I might be wrong. So, the other one is the band room, the actual band room I had spoken about back in November of 2022 about how limited the space is and how they use the multipurpose room and they don't have lockers for instruments. So can those funds be used for that purpose also? That was the other question. Thank you. That's my comment.
Thank you.
Christy McClure.
I usually come up here more prepared, and I'm just sort of going off the cuff tonight. It's been a busy few weeks. With the budget, and I know I tend to come up here about the warrant list and talk about the attorney's fees and sort of unplanned, unpredictable expenses. And when you have a budget that's created with such specificity down to each position and salaries, and there are times on the warrant list that we see expenditures in the legal categories that far exceed one person's salary for an entire year that we've seen spent in 1 month, say. And there's a contract we have with a legal firm where there's an accrual of fees that are pro bono, but at some point with this contract, the district could be on the hook for paying that amount. But there's no transparency and there's no honesty with the public. I understand with legal proceedings, especially as it pertains to HR and students, you want to maintain confidentiality and privacy, and I'm not advocating for breaking laws, but it seems that in general terms, the amount of money that the district is legally on the hook for that could be paying out at some point in the future when we're planning ahead through 2027, and we're talking about amounts that exceed multiple staff salaries. I know it's easy to say, oh, what's $100,000 when you're talking about a $400 million budget. It's a lot for the Disneyland field trips that kids want to go to at the end of the year. It's a lot for an intervention specialist. It's a lot for a special education classroom that needs another set of hands. I mean, I could go on and on and on of the meaningful expenditures that 20,000, 50,000, 300,000 could do for students. And it's disconcerting that we don't have more visibility into legal fees, specifically the Advocates of Faith and Freedom contract that is racking up money without anyone knowing what that is, except for a few of you behind closed doors in back rooms. And for a community that wants to reduce divisiveness, transparency and trust and communication are great ways to enhance parental involvement. And for us as parents to feel like we know what's going on in this district. Is there some sort of line item in the budget that we could see that pertains to potential legal fees based on this last year? Maybe forecasting, since we have kind of a year to look at compared to previous years. That's what I'm interested in.
Thank you. If there are no more comments, I declare the public hearing closed. Any more comments? Nope. Public hearing end time is at 9:26 p.m. We're on to 10. Notice to conduct a public hearing for a material revision to the Temecula Valley Charter Schools Charter. Do we have any discussion on this? Okay, I call for a motion, a second, to provide notice to conduct a public hearing on June 11, 2024.
Move.
Do you have a comment? Sorry, oh yeah, we'll do it. We'll do it on, okay. Sorry, let me finish reading this, and I heard. I call for a motion, a second, to provide notice to conduct a public hearing on June 11, 2024 regarding the Temecula Valley Charter School material revision. Was that moved by you, Mr. Schwartz?
Yes.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Wiersma. Lene, would you mind?
Barclay?
Yes.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes, motion adopted 4-0. Thank you, Lene. This is the time and place designated for the public hearing to review and consider the proposed material revision to the Charter of Temecula Valley Charter School. I declare the hearing now open at 9:27 p.m. Is there anyone who wishes to comment on the proposed material revision to the Charter of Temecula Valley Charter School? 4 speakers. 3 minutes or 3 minutes? Mr. Schwartz, what do you think? 3 or 2 minutes?
Say it again?
3 or 2 minutes?
We've all been 3.
We got 4 speakers.
Yeah, that's fine.
3 minutes? Okay. A total of 30 minutes is provided so the members of the public can address the board. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes apiece, and we'll take the first one.
First up is Dr. Charity Plaxton Hennings, followed by Samantha.
Good evening, Dr. Woods, cabinet members, and board. I want to take a moment tonight to express my appreciation for the collaborative work that went into the recommendation from TVUSD to approve Temecula Valley Charter Schools material revision. We greatly appreciate the staff recommendation this evening and truly appreciate the administration's willingness to understand our school's potential moving forward. We were able to work collaboratively to address the SSC findings and recognize that TVCS has a long history in the community that positions us well for the future. We are so excited to move forward with realizing our new school campus. Our goal is always to make the district proud of our work and our service to this community. And to that end, we look forward to continuing to partner with you as we serve the students and families of our valley and beyond. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Samantha, followed by Alyssa.
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Samantha Stackelhouse. I proudly serve as the Associate Director of Local Advocacy for the California Charter Schools Association. Today I stand before you to express our association's unwavering support for the approval of Temecula Valley's charter schools material revision. As you know, Temecula Valley has cultivated a sterling 30-year legacy of providing exceptional education to students throughout our region. Temecula Valley Charter School originated in 1994, and their charter was founded by a group of parents who wanted something more for their children. Temecula Valley is the oldest charter school in Riverside County and the 63rd established charter school in the state. Temecula Valley Charter School is an alliance of parents, educators, and community members dedicated to providing K-8 grade family-centered atmosphere, which creates dynamic learning environments. The TVCS vision and mission allows students and parents and staff to know each other on a personal level. Their hands-on learning is a strategy that centers on opportunities for students to think, build, and create. All students receive instruction in Spanish, visual arts, performing arts, physical education, computer technology, and participate in hands-on experiments in the science lab on a weekly basis. The California Charter School Association wants to highlight that Temecula Valley, as an organization, has continued to reach new enrollment heights in recent years. They are ready for the next chapter of their school's progression in a state-of-the-art updated facility that will allow for even greater levels of education and environment for their scholars. We feel extremely confident in the leadership at Temecula Valley to steer this process of higher enrollment and facility transition in a safe, effective, and manageable way. In closing, we endorse this charter school material revision and urge you to grant your approval. The need for choice and educational options within our county is high. Thank you for your time and consideration, and have a great evening.
Thank you.
Alyssa, followed by Upneat.
Good evening, y'all. Can you hear me? Sounds very quiet. Just wanted to introduce myself, Alyssa Ross with Red Hook Capital Partners. I submitted a letter to you all, and I know some of you reviewed it. Just here to let you know I'm here if there are any questions regarding the financing of the project. Red Hook will be developing and financing the new property. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Upneat.
So my comment is regarding, I really appreciate the third-party review. I do not have the complete knowledge about this charter or its students' demographic to comment on the students' progress, but the SSC review did raise some concerns, especially regarding the deficit projections and seemingly unrealistic enrollment projections. Could we perhaps please discuss why we would go ahead with this despite the warnings, and why the charter school did not provide appropriate financial documentation to the review firm in the first place? Or maybe they have been addressed. And then I'd also like to highlight the fact that Summit Academy, another K-8 facility, is currently located adjacent to the school, and the proposed new location is just 3 miles away from Summit Academy. In our previous meeting, we discussed the declining enrollment projections and the rationale for not establishing a new high school. Could you please address why we think the enrollments are going to go up when we're projecting declining enrollments everywhere? And I think those are the major concerns for why would we continue? Because a majority of the charters that have failed, I know it's been up for 30 years. If you go back in history, all of them failed because of financial issues, and the report was very concerning. So it seemed like we're waving it off, so I would like to hear more, why is it being waved off? Thank you.
Thank you. There are no more comments. I will declare the public hearing closed. Public hearing end time 9:33. Action item 12, adoption of the material revisions to the Temecula Valley Charter Schools Charter. I call for a motion, a second, to conditionally approve the material revision of the TVCS enrollment to 900 upon the opening of the facility on Washington Street. This conditional approval is not an approval of Temecula Valley Charter Schools' future financial plans and borrowing. Do I have a motion and a second?
Moved.
Moved by Mrs. Wiersma. I'll second it. Lene, would you mind?
Barclay.
Could we have just a little bit of discussion?
Oh, sure.
Joe, is that okay?
Yeah.
I'm just curious. My understanding was that there were some additional provisions put into the contract based on the third-party review. Can you speak to that at all, Mrs. Lash?
just a quick clarification, did we change that motion? Because what I'm reading, it reads a little bit differently. But anyway, I'm sorry. So to speak to this topic, we are recommending approval of the material revision. It's important that while we have a second set of eyes, if you will, over the charter school, we don't have overreaching jurisdiction to say, no, you're not going to move forward with this, or yes, you are going to move forward with this. We provided that context for them to do with what they will. We're recommending that we approve their relocation, and upon relocation, their new enrollment would be up to 900. And separately, if they submit, you know, in every budget period, the charter schools we're the sponsor for submit to their budget proposals, and we provide our feedback and our projections. But they have their own set of financial advisors. They have their own experts, and so we just are kind of this second set of eyes that says, here's the information that we have as we believe it to be. We absolutely want Temecula Valley Charter School to be successful, and we have a great relationship and partnership as we have for 30 years. So this information was just provided for context that we're not agreeing with their financial projections, their enrollment projections, their loan plans, but that's not necessary. They're simply asking us for the relocation and associated enrollment increase with that relocation, and we are recommending approval for that, but with the caveat that it's without constitutional approval of or assumption of liability for any future borrowing or construction plans. Does that make sense?
Yes, that's helpful. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Can you also speak to the hold harmless clause, either Dr. Woods or Mrs. Lash? I've heard that briefly when I was prepping for the meeting with Dr. Woods, and I'm forgetting what that meant.
Right, meaning that we are not responsible for the financial implications of if there is a loan and the repayment of the loan, and if the enrollment doesn't come to projections, any of that, we're held harmless from any liability or responsibility.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just confused about, do we have oversight over any of what's going on? It seems unclear to me. Here we're approving that we're saying, yeah, they're going to have 900 kids and they're going to move and build this building. Why are we I don't understand why we're involved if we have no oversight of the school itself. It's kind of confusing. It's like, yeah, we're saying okay, but we don't have any. I don't really get the whole thing. I'm sorry.
And I know
You
there
don't
are-
have to answer,
oh, okay.
Nicole. I would like maybe someone from the school to answer, because I don't really understand our relationship with that or any particular charter school.
Maybe Dr. Woods can answer.
Well, the law surrounding charter schools is, in this case, 30 years long.
No,
so
I
it
understand the
has
law.
evolved.
I just don't understand our relationship, why we have to be involved in giving them approval for anything if we don't have any control or interest in it. It's
I think we trust
very
the expert.
confusing.
Maybe we could trust the expert, Mrs. Lash. She gave an excellent,
She has a good
excellent
grasp.
As I
absolutely.
mentioned, it's more like a second set of eyes, and we provide our opinion, but we don't, and we are there's the sponsoring charter. So there is an agreement between TVUSD and our charter schools, including Temecula Prep, Temecula Valley Charter School, and Temecula, well, TIA is, we're not the sponsor for it, the county is. But anyway, and my understanding from our attorney is, you know, we review and provide insight, and as long as we provide that insight to the charter school, it's not that we say yes or no, it's we provide our opinion, and then they do with it what they please. But we do have an agreement when, specifically like right now, when they are using our facility, there are capacities established, there are facility use fees that are established when they're on our property, and so this revision would change that to say they're no longer going to be located on our property.
Okay.
And now they're going to be located at a facility that they own instead of one that we own, and with that comes the associated
That's
capacity.
the clarification I needed. I didn't realize we owned that building, or if it was part of our facilities? Okay, thank you.
Okay, and I have to adjust the motion because it's wrong in the text that we read from, so I have to read it from the screen. I'm going to ask for a motion and a second to approve the material. So I guess we had a motion and a second on the floor, but we need to exhaust that and then come back to the, because that's an incorrect motion. Yeah, so I suggest we vote it down because it's not correct. So, Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Barclay?
No.
Schwartz?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the.
I read the wrong, so
just need to vote
basically.
it down
what's-
so we can have a new one.
Yeah. We got-
Wiersma?
No.
Komrosky?
No, motion not adopted 4-0, so here's the correct motion from the screen. Lene was just informing. Thank you, Lene. Motion to approve the material revision request submitted by Temecula Valley Charter School to update its facility description as presented and extend maximum enrollment to 900 as its future campus, but without consulting approval of or assumption of liability for any future borrowing or construction plans. Do I have a motion and a second?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Wiersma. Lene, would you mind?
Barclay?
Yes.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes, motion adopted 4-0. Thank you, Lene. And if there was any confusion, the text that I was reading from here is different from the screen. And that's why I think Mrs. Lash pointed that out too. So yeah, now it's all corrected. Okay, now we're on 13, certification of signatures. I call for a motion, a second, to approve the revised certification of signatures by replacing Cheryl
Is this, Joe, is this where you were gonna just maybe do all of them together from this
Yes,
point on?
but there needed to be discussion on one of them, and it's a
Oh, okay.
board meeting in December because of
Oh.
timing.
Okay,
So
So
let me
after
get
that
through
one.
that one, like after 14,
got it.
and I think we can roll.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you asked. So I call for a motion, a second, to approve the revised certification of signatures by replacing Cheryl Tukwa with Jamie Ledzema in column 2 in the form effective July 1st, 2024, pending fingerprint clearance. Do I have a motion, a second?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz,
Second,
second by Mrs. Barclay. Lene, would you mind?
Barclay?
yes.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma? Yes. Komrosky?
Yes, motion adopted 4-0. Thank you, Lene. Now, item 14, December board meeting date. This is where maybe Dr. Woods can provide clarification, but what I have is the 10th. There's a meeting on the 10th, but the budget is due on the 15th of December, so this is a request to have a meeting for the December 17th instead.
Yeah, this is a weird 7-year cycle. Normally, we would do this meeting right around the 10th to meet the state and county standards. But because of this strange configuration of dates, we are now all allowed to go on the 17th of December and still do everything we need to do officially with the county. So we're just asking for the meeting to be held from December 10th to December 17th because of all the unique circumstances.
Okay, do I have a motion and a second to approve that?
So we're just moving it from the 10th to the 17th? Correct. Fine. Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz,
Second,
second by Mrs. Barclay. Lene, would you mind?
Barclay?
yes.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes, motion adopted 4-0. Thank you, Lene. Okay, now we have items 15 through, this is the Herculean omnibus motion possibility. Yep, and I'm gonna ask if somebody wants to pull an action item separately to where we can omnibus the rest. Is there any board member that wants to pull one of the action items 15 through 36? To where we could take a separate vote on it?
Can you scroll down, Lene, so we can
Yeah,
just
it's
see
a
those?
lot.
Sorry, my computer.
Yeah.
I'm going to pull 16.
Then what I'll do, we'll just do 15 and 16 one at a time, and then we'll try to omnibus 17 through the rest. That's the easiest one. Okay, 15, Community Advisory Committee, CAC appointments. I call for a motion, a second, to approve the new additional members of the Community Advisory Committee. Unless we have any conversation, do I have a motion and a second?
Moved.
Moved by Mrs. Barclay.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Wiersma.
Sorry.
And, yeah.
It's okay.
Just trying to get my
Barclay?
calendar
Yes.
sorted out.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes, motion adopted 4-0. Thank you, Lene. Now we're on to item 16. This is an amendment to employment agreements for Assistant Superintendent's Educational Support Services, Business Support Services, Human Resources Development, and Student Support Services between the Temecula Valley Unified School District and Dr. Kimberly Velez, Nicole Ash, Francisco Arce, and Nicole, I love saying that, and Nicole Deas. So I know we have discussion on this with Mrs. Wursema. You have the floor.
So my thought in advocating for this is I'd like to see the current contracts filled and working through that then in the future. I know districts right now in looking at liability, length of contracts, should anything happen, all of those things are important. So I would prefer to look at that in the future, knowing right now they go for another year or two versus extending it all the way out. I would like to be able to revisit that for whatever reason. And in terms of liability for the district, I think this would be a good move.
Yeah.
Mr. Schwartz.
Yeah, I think we're fortunate to have the people we have who are amazing at what they do. And I would totally oppose doing anything to curtail their appointment.
Maybe you can speak to this, Mr. Arce. Isn't it upon a positive review that contracts are extended? Can you speak to, I can't remember the exact wording, but I know we've talked about this before.
Yes, so our contract language states as such. So in essence, this is typically an automatic renewal to maintain all members of cabinet on this kind of contract on a 3-year contract. So this would extend the time frame for another year.
So the current contract is through 2026? And this would be?
Yeah, I believe all the assistant superintendents are through 2026.
And when are the reviews done?
On a yearly basis.
Your mic's not on, Jen.
Oh, I'm sorry. Reviews are done mid-July?
Yeah, typically at the end of the school year. So right now through July is around the time when the performance evaluation and review is done.
Great. And I definitely want to say I appreciate everybody on the team. This is not a question of that. I was just looking at the idea of filling the contract and looking at all of the particulars to know in the future where there might be changes. So
what's your specific question? Like, what's holding you back from doing that today?
Well, I think for one thing, if anything were to happen, if there was some scandal or some issue and we don't know if there would be anything at all, there could be a buyout up to a year.
Well, that's for cause, though. A cause negates the
Right.
contract, so it's a moot point.
Well,
It's only if it's no cause that there's a buyout. Cause, which any kind of scandal or poor performance it negates the contract.
Yeah, and that's also spelled out in the contracts for
Right.
assistant superintendents.
I just think, all right, is there an ability to bring this back in July after review and having further discussion? It's more traditional, I think, to go ahead and do this, but I'm just asking for particulars on the back end that I would like to ask questions about. So that's where I'm coming from with this. And I'm understanding the review is in July and so forth.
What are the questions?
I don't have them right at the moment after a 5 to 6 hour meeting, but that's how I feel about this. So we can call the
That you wanna
question, it's
think
fine.
of some questions to ask? I mean, I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just literally asking, like, you wanted to discuss this, but for what purpose? Like, this is, like you said, this is what usually happens. It's expected. Unless we had a concern, it seems to me that we should move forward because, like we've said, we want to retain people in this district, and this is how you do that, extending their contracts as per agreement. Pulling things for, unless we have a reason. I mean, if you have a specific reason, then let's talk about it.
Well, my understanding is we have it through 2026. My question is only in being able to discuss things regarding pushing it out to 2027. I know it's tradition. I don't have all the questions right at the moment, but that's just my opinion of how I'd want to analyze it. So we can take the vote, and I'm fine with that.
I hear so many
My-
words, but
my
I'm not
understanding is-
understanding
I'm
what
sorry.
your point is.
Allison, my understanding is we do this once a year. It's a yearly contract, correct? Dr. Woods? Right.
It's a 3-year contract, but
Right.
it is an automatic yearly
Yeah,
extension.
we've never even, well, I would just like to call the question.
Well,
or-
let me
or
just,
move forward.
if you don't mind, see if I could ask one more question. I mean, Dr. Woods, do you have concerns about extending these contracts? You are their supervisor. Is there something we should be looking at?
No.
Okay, thank you.
I'll second. So we called the question. We have a second. Lene, would you mind?
Barclay?
Oh,
Yes.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah, this is to call the question, and then
Oh.
we'll take a motion to vote, sorry.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So, we are taking a vote for a call to question.
So
And
you-
then I'll call for a motion. yeah.
Okay, sorry.
I know.
Barclay?
Yes.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
No.
Komrosky?
Motion adopted to call the question, 3-1. So now I call for a motion and a second to approve the amendment to employment agreements for Assistant Superintendent's Educational Support Services, Business Support Services, Human Resources Development, and Student Support Services between the Temecula Valley Unified School District and Dr. Kimberly Velez, Nicole Lash, Francisco Arce, and Nicole Diaz. Do I have a motion and a second?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Barclay. Lene, would you mind?
Barclay?
Yes.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes, motion adopted 4-0. Thank you, Lene. Now for the omnibus motion, I call for a motion and a second to omnibus, a motion and a second for omnibus vote for action items 17 through 29. Do I have a motion and a second?
Moved.
You mean through
Moved by
29.
Mr. Schwartz,
Second.
second by Mrs. Barclay. Lene, would you mind?
I'm sorry, did you say 17 through 29?
17 through 20, oh, wow.
36? 36.
Whoa.
Infinity.
Excuse me, what a, okay. Let me amend that motion. I call for a motion, wait, did we had a second, right?
Oh, yeah, because I would have called.
Technically, due to Robert Rules of Orders, let's vote this down and then we do the next amendment.
Okay,
Lene, would you mind?
so Barclay?
No.
Schwartz?
No.
Wiersma?
No.
Komrosky?
No motion, not adopted, 0-4. So, yeah, that, one of those pages looked like half a page,
Yeah,
so it
'cause
looks
it was
like
so
it
long.
happens and it gets me. Okay,
My
so,
printer ran out of ink.
oh, yeah.
Running the agenda.
Yeah, totally. I call for an omnibus motion for items 17 through 36. Do I have a motion and a second?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz,
Second.
second by Mrs. Barclay. Lene, would you mind?
Barclay?
Yes.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Wiersma?
Yes.
Komrosky?
Yes, motion adopted 4-0. Thank you, Lene, and thank God for the omnibus motion there. Yep. Yep.
I noticed that in consent, item 63, which is the Melendez Consulting contract, I do not believe was actually voted on. It was pulled, but we didn't take a vote on it. Did anyone pull it?
We, you know what? I will find out, because if I circled it, we pulled it. Let me see. I know we had a public comment on it.
3 and 68 was all I wrote down.
Okay. If it's
Okay, so which number was that?
Just 3 and
63.
63 was not pulled. That's right. So we
Okay,
voted
we're
it
good.
in. Yeah, we voted it in. Yep, I got it. Because I didn't circle it. Okay, so now we're on, hold on. Yep, getting to that page. We already did information reports, so now we're on to item O, negotiations update. Mr. Arce, do we have any negotiation?
Very briefly, Dr. Komrosky, we will be negotiating with CSEA on June 18th. And we met with TVA on May 31st, and we look forward to meeting again with TVA for negotiations upon the start of the school year. That's it, Dr. Komrosky. Thank you.
Thank you, Francisco. Okay, so now we have board comments. Go last. Anybody wants to go first? Okay, Mr. Schwartz.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of going to 2 promotion ceremonies, PABA, which is a school around the corner from my house, and Vale Ranch, which is a school where a lot of people I really like have their children, and then Great Oak, which was absolutely, is Amber Lane still here, Dr. Lane? It was amazing, absolutely amazing. Thank you and Amy for doing all the groundwork. It was just wonderful. The students who performed, who sang, we had the Native American children dance. It was just an absolute joy. And then the fireworks from Pachanga at the end were just wonderful. And then I went to Rancho Vista, Susan Nelson, and Temecula Valley Adult School, which was a lot smaller, but it was also at Great Oak, and it was amazing. So just really a lot of joy, seeing a lot of people I know, seeing their children so happy. It was just congratulations to all the people who did the organization, and I'm tired.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz.
Dr. Woods and I attended the open house at French Valley Elementary, and what really moved me that night was how many families attended. It was everyone. I appreciated the warm welcome, seeing the classrooms full of projects and art and memories. It was great, and I think Mr. Cole truly is a leader. He cultivates relationships on that campus in addition to gardens. Just an awesome night. I also appreciate how many of our elementary schools make a point to embrace patriotism in our country, and I always admire what Alamos Elementary does with their Memorial Day event. It was really moving. There were students who danced and sang, celebrated our veterans. There was a red carpet experience. They always welcome our men and women in service. I think this is an important part of the educational process that we provide, and I was really honored to be a part. Graduation is definitely one of our favorite times of the year, and it was an honor to attend Bella Vista Middle School with over 400 eighth grade students. It was just a great, great morning. And then I got to go to Chaparral High School. At Chap, there were 2 highlights for me, and the first, I think Mr. Arce would agree. The first highlight was one of the students who was up on stage was reading through his prepared speech, and he literally flipped the page and realized his second page was gone. And it was so neat to see him recover and to look at that struggle in the moment and see him persevere and move through it just as he was speaking to thousands of people. I think he really exemplified the ability to persevere regardless of the struggle and having resilience under pressure. So that was definitely a highlight for me. And then I think another highlight was shaking so many hands of our students, just trying to offer an encouraging word that they have achieved great things, that they're beautiful, that they matter. It was really awesome. So I appreciated that so much. I want to say congratulations to all of the TVUSD students and their families. As I was looking for graduation quotes, this one stood out to me. Just remember, the people who are crazy enough to think they can change the world are the ones who do. And sometimes you do have to take a stand and talk about what you believe in, and you might be standing alone and you might not always be understood, and that's part of the character building process. And I hope that we're instilling this in our students. I hope I exemplify that as a leader. We're all continuing to learn and grow and make mistakes, and I hope we can offer grace and empathy for one another. But finally, I just hope families, you embrace the summer, do some reading with your kids, enjoy all of that, and celebrate the good things, because I know fall will be here all too soon. So thank you for letting me share tonight.
Thanks, Ms. Worsman. Mrs. Barclay.
Wow, I have such a long list. So many things have happened. I got to attend the musical at Temecula Valley High School. So great, so much talent there. It was really, really fun. I didn't think I was going to make it. My daughter texted me last second and said, my practice got canceled, come meet me at the school. So I drove from work and we made it, and I was so glad I did. It was a really, really fun play. I attended the Dollars for Scholars Awards night. So impressive. Even if you don't have a kid getting an award, you should go check it out. It's amazing how much money these kids earn, and it's from people all over the community who set up scholarship funds to pass on to our students. And it was really exciting. Also exciting because my own kid got some money, so much better for my bank account. Attended the CTE completer ceremony. I guess that's the second one that's been held. It was really fun, so exciting, held like a graduation. So many kids completing their CTE pathway, just really setting our kids up for so much success. It's amazing what our district has been able to do in that area. And you know, Mr. Dignan, are you still here? Okay, well, shout out. We're gonna miss you. It's been great. The retirement gala, so fun. Always wonderful to get to recognize all of our retirees and shake their hands and give a few hugs. I went to some recognition events over at TV this year. Really fun to be a part of that and see all of the kids. Their rally was a ton of fun, and their awards night. So many kids achieving so much, and I know it's the same at all of the schools. But I love that our district, I've just never seen a district provide so much recognition for kids in so many different ways. It's not always just GPA. It's so many things that kids are recognized for, and I really appreciate that. Attended State of the City with some people up here, and that was also really great to go out and represent our district in the community. I went to the banquet for Unified Sports over at TV, and this is the one that always chokes me up. It's this program, if you haven't seen it, you need to go. It's kids from the general education population paired up with kids from the special education program, and they go together, and all 6 high schools, 3 here, 3 in Marietta, compete in sporting events throughout the year. And we went to the banquet over at TV because my daughter's the founding president over there, and just seeing the kids and their parents, kids who don't fit the mold for traditional sports and would never receive a varsity letter, those kids got a varsity letter for their Letterman jacket. And they got patches and special awards, and it's so amazing. And you go to the events, and they're wearing their jackets with their letters. And I love that this district and these 2 districts prioritize that for students. It's so heartwarming. And to see the looks on the parents' faces and the kids' faces being celebrated in that way, probably a way that their parents never really imagined would be possible for their student, it's my favorite thing. And to just be a small part in that, to be able to see it is amazing. So I'd encourage everyone, if you haven't been to a Unified Sports event, you have to go. It's so great. And then, of course, graduation was fantastic. My baby, my last one. I'm no longer officially a parent. Hopefully I won't get kicked out of here now, but it was such a great ceremony, and to sit on the stage, and my daughter in the front row, I could see, we saw each other the whole time. Once in a lifetime opportunity that I really appreciated, and Mrs. Leone and Mr. Burlingham and everyone over at TV just made it such a special night. The kids were amazing, the speeches, the performances. It was so great, and yeah, more than I could have anticipated. So I really appreciated being there. And I did miss the margarita promotion, which I always go to, but with all the festivities, I wasn't able to make it this year. I will still be at the Stunt Games next year, so I have committed to the girls. I will be there to support. I can't stop going. But it's so fun just to have an excuse to get out to all the events across the schools. And I do love, obviously my favorite part of being on this board is being able to go to the schools and observe the classrooms and the events, and especially here at the end of the year. And just huge appreciation to all of our staff, all of our teachers, once again, tremendous year. Obviously, always full of challenges, but I love seeing everyone rise to the occasion and continue to prioritize students and do what's best for kids. So thank you all.
Thank you, Mrs. Barclay. Okay, last time we met, I said I was going to go to the Edwin Drood play, The Mystery of Edwin Drood. Wow, that was sophisticated. I needed to see it a second time to really understand what was going on, but it was impressive. And then I didn't know the stage dropped below to where an orchestra could be below playing music that was live. That was another gem. Really loved it. So I would say out of the three, and I need to see more, but out of the three, I saw Shrek at Gardner, I saw Mean Girls at Chaparral, and The Mystery of Edwin Drood. And if I was to choose one, oh my gosh, Mean Girls, they were mean. I was blown away by their acting. If I were to look at all three, they captivated me the most, blown away. But I loved all of them, of course. I'm not supposed to choose a favorite, but that would have been my favorite. Loved it. The acting was, like I said, blew me away. Yes, Dollars for Scholars, that was an awesome event. So many contributors. I mean, the line went forever and ever and ever, but I thought that's more money for these students. So really cool being there. I had the honor of doing the gala retirement speech. I wish I could have stayed more to honor all the people that served our district that got to retire, but that night, right after the speech, I had to go to my own son's award ceremony at Trail Life, but that was fun, and it was an honor to be able to do that. I attended the TMS graduation, totally fun hanging out with Marvin down there and all the kids at TMS. Temecula Valley High School, loved that one. Got to hear the violin soloist, which was really cool. Great Oak High School, got to help hand out diplomas, which was awesome, and got to see the gems there graduating. Rancho Vista High School, Susan H. Nelson in the adult school, and David Schlottman. If you haven't met him, he is a gem, and I loved hanging out with him and those students. It was really cool. And then I wanted to give a quick update. I wasn't going to do this on information reports, but the board can get this from Dr. Woods. It's basically, I was emailing Dean on the EMF reports for the 3 towers. I think 2 of them have been given to us finally, and any board member can ask Dr. Woods for those, but I won't read those out. 2 things, and the board members can ask as well. There's 2 signs being put up by the AT&T towers. The lawyer of AT&T emailed, and I have those, and I'll just read them briefly. The one sign that is above the Chaparral bleachers, and again, this is me because I'm a pro advocate for reducing EMF and keeping the public aware. So this is just reporting out to the public. Above the or on the 5G tower, above the Chaparral stands, it will read AT&T operates antennas at this structure. Above this point, you are entering an area where radio frequency RF fields may exceed the FCC occupational exposure limits. I say that to the public because it's important for me to read out. The big deal was, are we within FCC limits? Yes, according to those tests that were monitored, but then this even admits that, it could exceed. And it says, follow safety guidelines for working in an RF environment, keep 6 to 9 feet away from the fronts of the antennas. So that will be posted if it's not already there on that sign. And then the AT&T tower at TMS says, on this tower, radio frequency RF fields near some antennas may exceed the FCC occupation or exposure limits. And it gives you a phone number to contact AT&T. So those are the updates. We're trying to get T-Mobile to post a sign on the marquee at Chaparral. So that has T-Mobile. The other 2 towers are AT&T. That's just me reporting that out. And to keep context, I'll read something from LA Unified. It'll be pretty quick. Since this was their position in 2007, and I drew from that when we brought up the policy to ban the future 5G towers contracts after 15 years, their position was, and they're very aware of the FCC limits. Since 2007, the district staff, this is me reading from their report, has utilized a precautionary threshold level that addresses these non-thermal exposures. Our threshold, meaning LA Unified, is 0.01 microwatts per centimeter squared, and this is the salient feature of me reading this out. or 10,000 times lower than the FCC standard. It is believed that a more conservative level is necessary to protect children who represent a potentially vulnerable and sensitive population. So this is a extremely conservative take that a very large school district took. So they know the FCC limits, and they're saying we're going to go 10,000 times lower. That is the context by which I read this out. So to loop back to previous statements, when somebody asks, are we safe? Well, it depends what the FCC says. And the FCC, gives a standard, and it's very high compared to many areas in the world. And I just want to draw attention to anybody that might have a concern, or maybe even not. Those signs are posted. LA Unified took an extremely conservative stand, 10,000 times lower, and we're not as on the cutting edge of them, but that's what another district did, and I love their take on it. So with that being said, I think I'm done for, one more, because I don't think we have public comments on the 13th. I was asking Dr. Woods. I want to thank my community for allowing me to represent your voices, and I look forward to serving my community again beginning in November.
Thank you, Dr. Komorowski. Thank you to the audience, to the board for putting up with today. This agenda in particular has been an absolute bear to put together, but I couldn't go any further without thanking my assistant right behind me, Miss Lene, for all her work. We had to do it this way. This isn't the way you normally do it. You normally have 2 meetings in June, and they're both packed, and they're very important. But we had to combine everything into this meeting tonight because we were concerned about not having a quorum, as you can imagine. So the items that the 85 consent and 36 action items now cover us for the month of June. We have a little work to do here in a couple of days on June 13th. But on behalf of all of us, thank you for sticking with us on this meeting. This was a tough one for us. I also would like to thank our classified staff, our certificated staff, our admin team for finishing up the 23-24 school year. It's been great all around. Tough, difficult, challenging, but also great in many, many ways. Thank you. But now a lot of work begins because we have to put together a whole series of things for 24 and 25, this upcoming school year. One of the first things we're doing, which is kind of unusual, a little different for the district, is our admin team. We're meeting with every principal for 45 minutes. They are using iReady data and all kinds of other data. They are talking about their schools. They're talking about LCAP, talking about student groups, and we're meeting with each of these individual principals, coming up with a plan by elementary, middle, and high, and getting a really good sense of where the district is. These principal meetings have been really outstanding, especially for a guy like me who's still pretty new and doesn't know all of the nuances in the district. So for the principals out there, we'll see 8 of you tomorrow, 1 every hour. We look forward to those meetings, and we wish all of you have a wonderful June, and you get a chance to rest and relax, all of you here tonight. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Dr. Woods. I completely agree. So we have future agenda items. I have a few to remind this district of, but do we have anything else by anybody else? Okay, so we have, this was back in the warrant list, I believe. We agreed to pull Epoch Education, Kevin Carey, Jackie Hunter, Robert Basillo, Shannon Rayleigh, Royal Management, S. Gardner Associates, Inc. That was agreed to go on to this June 13th meeting, which should be pretty quick, so we have time to talk about that. A couple of reminders, at least from my perspective, is I think it was the last board meeting, I was asking if the district could send out a survey to the parents and the teachers on profanity in the classrooms. I'd really like that to be done to get community input, like what is going on in the classrooms, because I've heard complaints from some teachers that feel so overwhelmed. I don't know if there needs to be more training, but I'd like a survey on profanity in the classroom throughout the whole district, just to see what people say. The board could entertain that. Jimmy, please get the quotes on the emblems so that possibly we can have all the schools represented in here, and then maybe that gets on the agenda. I would love to see that, so that the students could have pride when they come in here. And then last but not least, this is just something that I've seen in different reports. It would be also helpful if the district sent out a district-wide survey on EMF exposure, whether the parents, teachers, and the district even think it's a concern or not. Either way, I would like a survey to go out to ask parents, teachers, and the district staff, what do you think about tablets and exposure with EMF? Problem or no problem? Some Likert scale, like least likely, less likely, something like that. I think it would be good for the community to get involved, maybe put that to rest. I've seen other school districts where the teachers union is highly involved in that, where they have banned EMF and certain tablets before. I can give you that, the names of those districts, but that's just my request for future agenda items, and I think that's about it. And announcement of the next meeting, which is 2 days from now, is the next regular open session business meeting of the Governing Board of Education is scheduled for July 23rd, 2024. But before that, we're meeting on June 13th, which is 2 days from now. So we will approve that agenda tomorrow for a special meeting on the 13th. And what time does it begin, Lene? 3:30. 4:30. Just to be sure. 4:30?
4:30 to 5:30. That's it.
4:30 to 5:30. Okay, this meeting is adjourned on June 11, 2024 at 10:16 p.m. Thank you.